evening, everyone. This is a meeting of the Development Control Committee, starting unusually at 5:30 because they have a rather crowded agenda. In the first part of the meeting, we will only address the first item on our agenda, the first application on our agenda, and if we finish before 6:30, we will then adjourn and start the second part of the meeting at 6:30. Hope that has everyone's agreement. There is no fire evacuation planned for this evening, so if we hear something that sounds like a fire alarm, we'll assume it is a fire alarm. And you're asked to leave the building through the fire exits. And if you've been signed into the building, and therefore we know you're in here, if everybody who's signed into the building, please wait outside at the edge of the Memorial Park so that we can make sure nobody has been left in the building. It's not happened on my watch yet, and this is my final meeting as chairman of the Development Control Committee, so I hope it's not going to happen now, unless somebody's trying to spoil my evening for me. To note that the meeting is being webcast, and that means that any speakers who come forward to sit at the desk in front of us here will be on the webcast. If you sit in the front row, you're equally likely to be caught. Are there any apologies for absence? No, not known. Any resignations or replacements? No. Any declarations of interest? No. Urgent items or announcements?
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of announcements, this committee will be aware we have two current wind farm applications in, one at Willington Cross, one at Woodmancott. It's just to make members aware that I appreciate that there may be a different membership to this Development Control Committee by the time we get to that point, but we provisionally have a date for the Winchester Joint Committee with Winchester Test Valley and ourselves on the Willington Cross one for the 16th of June. Formal notification will come out to members shortly. In relation to the Woodmancott application, which is for 6 wind turbines, we've received some information from the applicant that they are considering an appeal on non-determination, but on that basis we'll be looking to convene a separate meeting given the level of public interest towards the end of June, so maybe that there are 2 wind farm committee meetings in June.
Thank you. I have the minutes from the 7th and the 9th of April. Is your wish that I sign these a correct record of our proceedings?
Yes.
I'll do that at the end of the meeting. Get them out of the way. There are no referrals from other committees or the council or from the cabinet, and we move on to the first planning application, which is Meadow View Caravan Site at Rooksfield, and I have down to speak Mr. Donoghue. Mr. Donoghue here? If you'd like to come forward, sir. And if you just sit there for a moment, just so everybody understands what's going on. I'm the chairman of the committee, this is my deputy chairman. The members of the committee sit either side here, and we'll make the decision this evening on each of our applications. And if there are any visiting members, they're either in the body of the kirk or sitting on the sideline if they wish to come and speak to us about an application in their ward, or any other application for that matter. The officers here either side of me are here to advise us and to answer questions, but it'll be the members of the committee who make decisions. And what we do is we start with each application with the officers introducing their report on the application and any update that's arisen since, in particular in the context of the site visits which have happened on most of these sites this evening. And then it will be for Mr. Donoghue to speak and other speakers. Members, the speakers have 4 minutes to address the committee. Members then have the opportunity to ask questions of each speaker, which if anybody asks you a question, gives you a bit more time. So, officers, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a full application for alterations to an existing private Gypsy and Traveller caravan site, which will involve the provision of 2 additional mobile homes, an amenity building, car parking and ancillary development, resulting in a total of 3 pitches on the site, which would allow for the mobile home plus a touring caravan within the context of the definition of a pitch. There's no update, however, members did have the benefit of a site visit and where they viewed the site, the existing mobile home and its relationship with adjoining properties. The recommendation is for approval subject to the completion of a legal agreement as set out in the main report.
Mr. Donahue, you have 4 minutes.
Chairman, Councillors, my name is Ian Donahue. I work for Southern Planning Practice and I represent a large number of residents from the Bishop's Green area who object to this application. Many have travelled here tonight to listen to the debate. I also believe that a representative from Hampshire County Council was invited, but I understand that the report was actually written by the Gypsy Liaison Officer. It's extremely important that any question from yourselves can be fully answered by the representative, as a fundamental part of the officer's report has relied upon the information provided by the GLO in relation to Gypsy status. One important point to note is that as the permission for the daughter to be on the site has not been issued, then the daughter's status must also be considered and not taken for granted as indicated in the officer's report. Despite its lack of planning permission, I've been informed that the daughter has lived on the site in the touring caravan for approximately 2 years. I understand from the objectors that the council have been notified of this. In terms of the information provided in the officer's report and from the GLO, it is crucial to consider this information having regard to the mother's evidence from the previous planning appeal. In terms of Gypsy status, it was stated in the appeal that the mother had moved into a house in Tadley to look after a relative and an older son, and for the education of all her children she had settled in the house. At the time of the appeal, the GLO had stated that he did not consider that the children had Gypsy status. However, with this application he has changed his mind and has stated that as the mother has travelled, it's presumed that the children did. There's a clear contradiction of information. I should point out that at present there is a formal complaint against the GLO in relation to the information supplied previously to the council. I'd also like to quote from the appellant's statement at the planning appeal. He said it was clear in the officer's report that whilst the appellant herself was considered to be a Gypsy and traveller, as her children had not travelled to make their living nomadically, they were not considered to come within the definition. Given that the appellant was considered to be a Gypsy traveller, I advised that a revised application for only one residential caravan to accommodate her husband should be submitted. It's clear therefore that neither children have a nomadic habit of life as required by policy, and it can not be argued that they have ceased to travel, because clearly the evidence from the appeal and previously from the GLO was that it never started. In light of the concern about Gypsy status, the objectors have taken council advice. In his view that there are inconsistencies within the GLO reports. He advised that if council and officers are relying solely on the GLO advice to make a decision without independent verification, especially with the ongoing formal complaint, this approach by the council renders the process liable for judicial review. If you as councillors have any doubts about the information in the report prepared by the GLO, then the application should be refused. Notwithstanding the concern about Gypsy status, it is important to point out there are also objections from the parish, from highways and from the landscape officer. With regard to landscape and the visual impacts of the development, the officer's report here in summary states the proposal will result in
just under a minute.
in additional hard standings, amenity buildings, vehicle parking, 2 touring caravans and 2 mobile homes. And as a result, the proposal will intensify the domestication and urbanising impact on the countryside, result in harm to the rural character of the area, not provide a layout akin to Bishop's Green, and result in views from neighbouring roads. The justification for this detrimental visual impact is that the proposal will provide 2 pitches for the borough. It appears to me that the provision of pitches anywhere in the borough overrides any other consideration. In conclusion, I urge you to refuse the application on the basis of lack of Gypsy status and detrimental visual impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Master stroke of timing. Do members have any questions for the objector's representative? Paul.
Have you had any response from the GLO organisation, or leave it as general as that, as to the various questions that have been addressed relating to this particular application?
No.
When you reply, if you could put your button back on, that's helpful.
No, what happened is, obviously we objected and we pointed out those concerns to the council, and I think it's for the council to actually pick up the concerns that we've raised with the GLO and then update us or update the public and the objectors on what information was found.
Councillor Brown?
Yeah, could I just clarify who you're disputing the gypsy status of exactly who in this application?
The son and daughter. The mother already has gypsy status from the appeal, but it's in relation to the evidence provided at the appeal that there's concern about the status of the son and daughter.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, sir. I'm expecting to hear from Dr. Murdoch.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Committee, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to address you briefly in support of my client's application to extend her existing authorised caravan site from 2 to 3 pitches to accommodate her daughter Lucy and her son Lance's families within the extended gypsy tradition. The starting point of this application is the development plan, where Section 38(6) of the 2004 Planning Act requires that planning applications are determined in accordance with the development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Given the nature of this application, the dominant development plan policy to apply is C5, the gypsy site policy. It has been established at appeal that the appellant is both a Romany gypsy and a person of a nomadic habit of life, that is, a gypsy for planning purposes. Both Lucy and Lance have been assessed by Hampshire County Council's Gypsy Liaison Officer and found to be ethnic and planning gypsies, a finding of fact that engages local plan policy C5 as well as national planning policy for traveller sites. I'd also lay stress on the fact that Lucy was found to be a gypsy by this very committee in relation to application 77132. So far as C5 is concerned, your officer concludes that all 3 criteria are met and that no objection in principles remain to the proposal. In terms of the need for gypsy sites, the 2012 Gypsy and Travel Accommodation Assessment established a need for 7 further pitches to 2017, of which 5 remain to be provided. It follows that rather than there being a 5-year supply of sites for travellers as required by planning policy for traveller sites in the framework, there is in fact a deficit. Furthermore, as recognised by the previous appeal inspector, there is no adopted strategy to meet that need, nor a site allocation DPD, despite one having been required since 1994. As a consequence, currently there are more unauthorised gypsy caravans in the borough than there are authorised ones. In this context, the application before you represents a golden opportunity to provide some 2/5 of the residential need to 2017 in one fell swoop, all within the red line of an authorised site with permanent planning permission. That would represent best value to your authority and offers a win-win outcome for the local authority on one hand, whilst meeting the accommodation needs of my client's family on the other. Accordingly, I respectfully invite members to accept their officer's recommendation and to grant planning permission on the site. Thank you.
That was excellent timing. Members have any questions for the applicant's advisor? Paul.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to go right back to basics here. I'm afraid we've been told this in this early part of the evening about son and daughter. Now we're being thrown 2 names. I've got no relation in the report or from anybody who's spoken at the moment about who's who. And I'll come back to my supplemental in a minute here. It's a question to you.
I thought it would come on. As I said in my opening paragraph, the appellant's daughter is Lucy and the appellant's son is Lance.
And the appellant?
Is Esther Hamblin, but she's not an appellant, she's an applicant.
Any other questions?
Well, yes, thank you, Chair. And was I correct in what I heard you say, that this committee determined the gypsy status of Lucy?
I think I said this authority, but I meant said this committee. Under 77132, it's in the officer's report.
Thank you.
Yes. Next. Sorry, yes, you.
Yes, could you just clear up one point? If living in a static mobile home assuages the aversion to bricks and mortar, would this family be happy to live in a mobile home park?
No, that wouldn't facilitate the gypsy way of life. Paragraph 3 of planning points for traveller sites expressly refers to the duty to facilitate the gypsy way of life, and that's why there's a separate policy for travellers as opposed to mobile home parks. It wouldn't do that.
Oops. Gosh. Sorry, my arms aren't long enough. I wonder, can you explain to me, at the present time there is a static caravan and a mobile one. And normally you have a static one and a mobile one, but on the plan it doesn't sort of indicate the extra 2 or extra 3 mobile ones. I don't quite understand where they're all going to fit into the site.
There's space on the site for mobile caravan. For touring caravan, I think would probably be more appropriate. But the application concerned with the use of the land as the gypsy site, and that matter could be subject of condition. Indeed, it is subject of a condition. Oh, I do.
Sorry, that's a bit funny, these things. If you can point out... Sorry.
Bring the whole thing forward.
Oh God, I've got quite a neck. Could you explain exactly where the mobile caravans will be? Touring caravans, yes. You've got 1, 2, 3 for the static jobs. And I'm just wondering where, we've been on site, but I just couldn't quite see how you could fit in these great big ones if they're all like the one that's on the site at the moment, quite how they're going to fit in.
There is space on the site for 3 touring caravans and for 3 mobile homes. There's 7 parking spaces on the site there. Not that the touring caravans wouldn't be on the site all the time. The evidence in the report to committee is the applicants aren't travelling in the way they used to. It's not that they're going working every summer in the way that they previously did.
Sorry, I'm probably being pernickety, but can you explain to me where they would actually be on the site?
They aren't indicated on that plan.
I think if I might intervene, the question, the point being raised by the member is from the plan there are spaces allocated for cars, which is quite right. There are no spaces allocated for touring caravans, and from site inspection and from the layout, it appears that there is no possibility of getting 3 touring caravans on the site as it's presently planned, because it's planned as separate blocks for each of the dwellings, and the existing touring caravan is presently behind the site shown for 2 and 3 and would be blocked off from access by those if permitted. So the question is not the general idea that there might be room on the site for touring caravans, but where on the site do you see that room, because the members couldn't see it?
Well, if that is a concern of the members, then that could be met by having a condition there are only static caravans, 3 static caravans on the site.
And in your view, that would meet the family's needs to adopt a travelling lifestyle?
Indeed, if that was a concern of the members, I don't believe that is a concern. It hasn't been a concern of your office.
We're telling you it's a concern of members because the members are asking about it, and it was raised at the site visit. I would happen to be there because I'm the ward councillor. And I don't normally attend site visits, but I happen to be there on this occasion because it's in my ward. And the question was raised when looking at the plans on the site that there doesn't appear to be any provision for touring caravans, and yet the application places a lot of emphasis on the need for a touring lifestyle, and that seems to be inconsistent. There's a point that members are asking about.
No, two of the families don't travel for work anymore. There wouldn't be a need for 3 touring caravans on the site all the time. That's never been part of the case. Part of the case has been that they've ceased travelling for reasons that are disclosed in the confidential material that your officers have seen. And they're not travelling in that way. There wouldn't be a requirement for 3 touring caravans to be on the site at all times. And I say I offer as a condition that if the concern the members are here expressing, then I offer it as a condition that the site could be restricted to 3 residential mobile homes.
And then just to confirm, my ancillary question was, and in your professional view, that would meet the needs of each member of the family to adopt a travelling lifestyle?
Yes, not every member of the family is actively travelling anymore for the reasons that have already been stated. The definition of having a nomadic habit of life just encompasses your entire life, not just the time at the moment, and the evidence is before you. It is that the family were travelling, but for personal circumstances reason, they don't travel in that way anymore. They haven't been able to travel in that way for a reason that have been disclosed to you. But one of the 3 families does travel for work still, but the other 2 can't. So that would facilitate their way of life.
Any other questions from members? Is it your view that if there was space for 1 touring caravan, that would be advantageous? The reason I'm asking is that in the report there is great emphasis on the son's need to travel for work and need to get back home. Maybe he only travels in a car, but if that's not the case, then presumably there is a need for a touring caravan on the site. I'm just trying to tease out what you see as being the requirements of the site to meet the needs of the applicant and her family. There's no sinister motive here. I'm just trying to get to your professional view.
Indeed, thank you for that. So far as the nomadic way of life is concerned, in terms of whether to have a caravan on site, touring caravan on site, well, no. Quite often on sites, you just have a residential mobile home. Your touring caravan can be stored elsewhere. The issue is whether you travel for work with your caravan, not whether your caravan is adjacent to your mobile home.
Thank you. Mike, did you have a question?
Yes, I was going to ask, I think it's Lance that we're talking about, isn't it? Does Lance travel with a mobile?
Probably best to call it a touring caravan, but a residential mobile home, even though it's static, it's called a mobile home. With a touring caravan, he goes travelling for work in, and yes, he does.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir. No, still on, right? No, sorry, not trying to stop anybody.
Sorry, where does he keep it now? Is that kept in Tadley?
He doesn't keep it on the application site, doesn't live on the application site.
Sorry, as I understand it, his family are in Tadley, is that right?
He doesn't store his caravan on the application site. He stores it elsewhere.
Excuse me, that's what I asked. Does he store it in Tadley?
I don't. If you like, I don't know exactly where he stores it. If he stores it nearby. I'm not sure exactly.
The answer is we don't know.
I don't know.
We don't have a discussion about things we don't know. That's fine. It's quite fine that you don't know. No problem.
I don't know exactly where he stores it now, but it goes.
If you're
But it goes to the point that he's able to travel even though he doesn't store his caravan on the application site. He already has somewhere where he stores it.
any further questions? Thank you, sir. We have the ward councillor. Do we have the parish council? Don't think we have the parish council. The ward councillor. You have 4 minutes, John.
Right, thank you. Good evening, committee. I will be brief. As ward councillor, I've taken an interest in this application since it was first registered in September of last year. My chief concern and reason for opposing the officer recommendation here for approval is one on whether there has been proper investigation on the key issue of the traveller status, in particular of the applicant's son. I do not question the family's gypsy ethnicity. I've not been convinced that this work on the traveller status has been done thoroughly enough, nor inconsistencies addressed sufficiently to substantiate the officer recommendation that planning approval be granted. Too much reliance has been placed, in my view, on the Hampshire County Council Gypsy Liaison Officer's advice, despite its inconsistencies over time. In June 2010, planning permission was refused for 3 mobile homes, which included advice from the GLO that, in his opinion, quote, the children are of gypsy and traveller ethnic origin, but their lifestyle does not fit the definition as set out in the circular, end quote. In August 2012, planning permission was refused for relief of condition 4 to allow the applicant's daughter to live on the site because it had not been demonstrated she would meet the definition of gypsies and travellers. On 28th November 2013, I asked the case officer, quote, would you advise me whether, as officers, you rely entirely on the views of the HCC GLO in making your recommendations to members on gypsy status, end quote. I went on to state, quote, it seems to me that in view of the apparent inconsistencies from the GLO, we should be seeking other expert views, end quote. In reply, I was told that, quote, the borough have a service level agreement with the GLO at HCC to provide specialist advice to planning officers on applications of this nature, close quotes. In my opinion, this case required and still does require an independent expert's opinion to be thorough and safe. There is another point of concern on my part. I struggle to understand the desire to leave bricks and mortar with the inclusion of a brick-built amenity block. The proposed amenity building would not be insignificant at over 500 square feet in area and over 20 foot in height to the ridgeline. I do question the advice from officers that this structure would not result in undue loss of privacy or cause undue overlooking, overshadowing or overbearing to neighbouring properties. Thank you.
Admirably brief. Do members have any questions for the ward member? No? David, was that you? No? No. Thank you very much, John. I won't speak as ward member because you heard from my fellow ward member. Questions to officers. I should have said earlier, if it's not obvious, that the Hampshire GLO's manager is here. The GLO can't be here for reasons we won't go into, but is here, so in your questions you can ask questions about the role and findings of the GLO, but of course you can ask questions of the officers about any aspect of the application. So questions to officers.
I think I'm going to ask the obvious one of the Hampshire officer. The reason for this particular application is that the family in question, quote, wants a more settled and stable life. And yet in order to achieve this, they have to prove that they are gypsies with an itinerant lifestyle. And this is a huge anomaly, and I can't get my head around it. I've read all of the notes, and I've read everything that the GLO has had to say. And I can't quite reconcile these two things. It seems to me that the lifestyle they're seeking is not the lifestyle of a gypsy, but the lifestyle of a normal person. Well, sorry, I didn't mean to say normal, that's rude. Of anybody like me. Could you explain to me the thinking behind the GLO's decision that this itinerant lifestyle is going to be maintained even though nobody's going to be travelling anywhere?
Thank you, Chair. Just to make it clear, my name's Ian Gregory. I'm the manager of the estates practice section within the County Council, and the GLO is part of the team that I look after. In relation to the issue of the family's wish to return to or follow a lifestyle of travellers, the GLO will make an assessment as to whether or not, in his view, the past circumstances meet the planning policy guidance that's available. The expectation is that these are not permanent buildings. These are caravans for the purpose of definition under the Caravans Acts. And from that viewpoint, together with the ability to be able to travel for the purposes of work and the like, then this would be an expectation in terms of perhaps moving from bricks and mortar. The circumstances in relation to is that sufficient to answer the query that you raised? Sorry.
It's this whole idea of being itinerant. You say that they need to travel for the purposes of work, but that seems to have nothing whatsoever to do with this site application. There isn't, I mean, as far as we hear, there isn't even any need to have any touring caravan on the site. It's stored somewhere, I know not where, but you can live anywhere and pick up that. So this itineracy thing is quite a problem to me.
Sorry, the point I should have made also was the fact that living in the family group is an important element in relation to travellers' needs and the like, and that would be an important factor of being able to reside on this site in that group for supporting family life.
Okay, so living in, I presumably mean an extended family group, is that a specific requirement that identifies the gypsy lifestyle? Is that written somewhere?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that question as to whether it is specifically written there. It's certainly, though, an element that is considered to be important in relation to consideration of applications for traveller sites, the personal needs of the applicants and families.
George and then Paul.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to do with gypsy status as well. I've always been naive enough to believe that if you're born in the gypsy family, you are a gypsy. Now it appears to be that you could be born into a gypsy family, but if you don't travel, you're not classed as gypsy. Of course, it would happen in a case where one of the applicants decided not to travel, but the children decided they would like to take up the nomad of a gypsy. Would they then automatically become gypsy? I find it very, very strange, your concept, because if you're born in a family, you're part of that family, but you appear to be that they're slightly different. If you don't travel, you're not classed as gypsy. So where does this come from?
I think it's been already clarified and accepted that there's no question in terms of the ethnicity of the applicants or the family. But in terms of the travelling element, there's no prescription in terms of whether or not travelling has to be undertaken at particular periodicity or frequency or scale. And I think there lies some of the issues behind elements of the whole sequence of planning circumstances with this case. There isn't a principle of abandonment of the right to revert to travelling at any time in their life, in which case the aspect of travelling is almost a movable feast within the lifetime of gypsy families.
Paul?
Thank you, Chair. The ward member, I think, put it very well when he was speaking, is exactly what is the status? Because there seems to be a different status between the son and the daughter involved in this particular application, this case. If one is and one isn't, how much weight are we meant to be putting to this in this planning application? It's very confusing, obviously, to the members here, and this is why we seek your advice, is if one isn't, then that should be removed from the application, because it's muddying the waters for us. I can't get my head around it. So could you give me exact definitions of who is material to this particular application? Because I don't know at the moment.
Mrs. Hamblin, as the applicant, is accepted as being of ethnic Gypsy heritage, and her son and her daughter, Lance and Lucy, are both accepted as being ethnic Gypsies and travellers. Fine. And as far as our investigations have been able to establish from the evidence that's been provided by the applicants and on their behalf, much of which has also been verified through other investigations, they both of the children meet the traveller status. So from that viewpoint, I don't see there is any difference between Lucy and Lance in relation to both their ethnic status and their travelling lifestyle. I hope that helps.
But there seems to be a question about advice coming from the GLO on the first application and the advice coming from the GLO on this application. I think what we look for is consistency, and it appears, from what I've heard this evening, there is not consistency. Could you explain that, please?
Yes, it has been raised in terms of the advice that was previously given by the GLO. I think it was raised as to the circumstances in 2010 when the GLO made a comment in relation to what he believed, the impression he gained of the lifestyle status of the children at that time. But that was without any detailed investigation, because at that time he wasn't investigating the lifestyles of the children. He was investigating the lifestyle of Mrs. Hamblin. He made a comment which then required, at subsequent applications, as this site has been developed, as to whether that position was verified, and through challenges to Lucy and the family, he was able to establish that, contrary to the impression first gained, he was able to establish that Lucy had achieved a travelling lifestyle, or followed a travelling lifestyle at an earlier time in her life. The same is also established through the investigations carried out with in relation to the current application, which is centred on the son Lance. Does that help?
That helps, thank you. And does Mrs. Hamlin have travelling status?
Most definitely, yes, and I can only reaffirm that she does, as well as her ethnic status as well, yes.
Just for clarification, I think it was mentioned that it's part of the earlier process of a planning application and appeal. It was found at appeal and confirmed at appeal that Mrs. Hamblin does indeed have full Gypsy status. So I don't think that's a question in front of us this evening. Chris.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question probably for our borough officers. Could you just give me some clarity, please, on excuse me, to help my understanding of our 7 permanent pitch needs? How are they defined? So I'm reading here, they could be either temporary, permanent, or transit pitch, and therefore, what would you see this particular site coming under? I've got one more question, but that's.
We would see this as a permanent site within the GTAA as a definition of all of those three that you mentioned. But in this case, we would consider this to be a permanent pitch.
So that would be a permanent pitch for one. Would it count as one, or would it count for two homes, or how would you see that?
There would be two pitches, which would be one mobile home with the ability to have a touring caravan as well. So if this proposal was accepted, there would be a total of 3 pitches on the site.
Then moving on to another one, page 17 of 161. It's to do with there's a paragraph second from the end. It's just in the text. It gives the implication that the officers are expecting to see a couple of touring caravans on site. I'm not saying they will, they say potential. So I just wonder, normally we would get some indication or from the officers about how we could manoeuvre the vehicles on the site. If it was a domestic, we'd have the refuse wagon showing how it would reverse and whatever. So if there's an expectation from the conversation earlier, what's your feeling on the accessibility of the site for, not causing too much problems? Thank you.
With regards to the ability of the site, if you like, to house touring caravans in addition to the mobile homes, they're not shown on the site plan. I don't think that's particularly unusual in this type of application, because obviously the very nature of them is that the mobile homes are the ones which are sort of anchored, if you like, on the site, and the touring caravans could be in different locations on the site at various times. I think the view that officers have taken is that, irrespective of that particular layout that's shown, and my highways colleague may be able to assist with this in a moment, but irrespective of that particular layout shown, there is enough room on the site for touring caravans to be provided if they are required. It may be, as you've heard from the applicant's representative, that there won't be a touring caravan for each pitch at all times. It may be that there might be 1, 2 or 3. The way that the conditions have been set out is to effectively limit that there would be a maximum of 3 mobile homes and 3 touring caravans at any one time. But as I say, if members want some more comfort on that, my highways colleague may be able to assist on the issue of actually how you get the touring caravans onto the site.
The diagram that's now being displayed, that's with respect to a large 4x4, in this case equivalent to a Range Rover, towing a sort of twin-axle touring type caravan, showing the vehicle driving into the site, and that's sort of swept path that is for that combination, similar to what we'd do if we were doing a refuse vehicle, albeit their swept path would be different to what's on display there. If I could just refer to the aerial photograph. That's an aerial photograph of the site as it currently exists, I'd say within the last year or so. You can see the mobile home in the top left-hand corner, the touring caravan down at the bottom. So really, although the positions for touring caravans hasn't actually been shown on the site plan, the area of apparent hard standing that's proposed, in my view, that would be sufficient to cater for the 3 touring caravans in addition to the car parking.
So just to clarify what you're saying, you're looking at the hard standing, the white bit, and you're saying that you could put 3 touring caravans on there and still get cars in and out to the car parking spaces. I mean, talking about the actual layout, and then what we're giving planning permission for is the layout that's shown on the previous drawing.
With reference to the site plan, where they've shown the access, the various areas of car parking bays, and then the area of hard standing, or what appears to be hard standing in the way I'm looking at the plan, where we've got the text that says the site and the area around there outside of that notional fencing that appears to be shown
to the sides of caravans 2 and 3, that quantum of hard standing, in my mind, would be sufficient for catering for 3 touring caravans in addition to the car parking spaces that are specifically shown.
So just to clarify, we're talking about 6 car parking spaces and 3 touring caravans. It just looks unlikely. I mean, just testing your degree of confidence, because I don't have a lot of confidence. And this may not be an important issue in the application, but if members ask the question, we should try and give them a real clear answer. And I'm not seeing a lot of people totally convinced around the table that there's room there for 3 decent-sized touring caravans and 6 cars without dramatically changing the layout of the site. I'm just testing, because if the 3 caravans on there as well as 6 cars, and you couldn't have the caravans without the cars, by definition, you wouldn't get anything else on the site. You wouldn't be able to go in and out, just by inspection, in and out of the site.
My judgment is that quantum of hard space would be sufficient, but I have to accept it's not being demonstrated, and the plan doesn't specifically identify that as all hard standing, so there is a element of doubt. But certainly when I considered the room available, especially in reference to the aerial photograph, my view is that you could cater for that level of car parking plus 3 touring caravans, but I have to say it hasn't been demonstrated.
Yep, the officer will come in.
Thanks, Jeremy. I do understand the point that the members are raising, that effectively there isn't something before the committee to say, here's where the 3 mobile homes would be, and in a particular example on any given day, here's where the 3 touring caravans could be, because obviously they could change position on the site at any one time. I think the issue is that the highways officers looked at this in some ways slightly blind of the specific layout that's in front of the committee today, but looked at it in terms of the capacity of the site as a whole and whether 3 touring caravans and those parking spaces could be accommodated. I think the issue is that there's not actually a plan here which shows the committee what that would potentially look like on any particular time. On that basis, though, given that the highways officer is satisfied and is confident that they could be provided, if members are otherwise satisfied with the application, there is a condition at the moment, condition number 5, which talks about the occupation of mobile homes not being occupied until provision for parking, turning of vehicles, etc. is made. That condition could be amended to require the submission of a plan effectively to demonstrate the positioning of 3 touring caravans in addition to those car parking spaces as well, on the basis of the highways officer's comments so far.
Just to try and bottom this out, I thought I'd seen somewhere in the report a reference to a maximum of 3 static dwellings and a maximum of 3 touring caravans. Is that what's being asked for, or is that simply how officers are interpreting what should be allowed for? Is the application for the provision of a total of 3 mobile homes and a total of 3 touring caravans? Because that's not at all clear.
Yeah, I think it's not specifically stated in the application 2 mobile homes and 2 touring caravans, but within the definition of a pitch, which is what there would be 2 pitches here, it does generally, the general understanding is that could include a mobile home and a touring caravan, which is why we've assessed it on that basis, that there is the possibility they could be up to 3 touring caravans as well. And hence the reason to condition, a maximum of 3 of each.
On the same line as the questioning, we'll come back to members in a second, is to do with the future status of the site. Because if, as a reason for approving it, a contributory factor is the provision of 3 pitches, question is whether, as developed with the mobile homes in situ as shown on the plan, it would be open to challenge subsequently that these are not bona fide traveller pitches. because they don't allow for travelling, and because in most people's expectation, a caravan site does allow for touring caravans as a significant part of its characteristics, on the grounds that gypsies travel and don't necessarily permanently reside on a particular site forever. So I'm trying to get behind the whether or not question, which is, I think, mainly what the focus has been, to understand if this is permitted, what real contribution would it be making to the assessed need for sites in the borough, and would that be open to serious question? Maybe the answer is we don't know. I'm quite happy with the don't know, but.
Thank you. I mean, entirely understand the point being raised, effectively, because there is obviously, in the way the recommendation has been brought forward and the reasons for approval, weight is being given to the fact that this proposal would provide pitches. Pitches in the definition under the GTAA, which establishes the need, includes a mobile home and the potential for a touring caravan. So I think it's absolutely right to question whether this truly does provide 3 pitches or not, which I guess is the point being raised. I think the issue is that the highways officer is satisfied that there is practical capacity, if you like, within the site to provide those 3 elements, so 3 mobile homes and up to 3 touring caravans with the parking as well. As I say, I think that detail could be secured by condition if there was concern that effectively the local planning authority would need to see a plan to demonstrate that prior to the development going ahead.
Had you finished, Chris, or do you have anything else? Because I've then got Sven.
No, Chair, thank you. That's carried on with where I was going, so thank you.
Sven.
Thank you, Chair. Well, a question to the officers on the similar sort of lines as which you've just been talking about. I mean, if this application was approved, and at some future point Mrs. Hamlin decided to sell the site on, possibly to a developer, what would the status of the site then be? Would it still retain its status as a gypsy touring site, or would the borough find that it would then have to identify another site somewhere else? Or would there be any guarantee that it would retain its site, its classification as a touring site? Thank you.
Yeah, if condition 9 requires the site to only be occupied by persons meeting the gypsy and traveller definition, so it couldn't be used in any other way without any subsequent permission to change or remove that condition, which would obviously have to be assessed if and when that happened. But that condition is proposed that it could only be occupied in that way.
Any further questions, members? These are questions still, Paul.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing up the point that you brought up exactly the point that I was going to mention earlier on. I have to question the lack. I'm going to reinforce something that Councillor Tomlin said. On other sites, when there is a demand from the highways to make sure that vehicles can drive in and then drive out of a site in a forward gear, we hear it time and time again on many applications that come here. There are probably some of us on the committee and some of us listening to this that have towed caravans and or very long, I've towed gliders in my time all over the country, and long caravans as well. Now, I'm sorry, but I've got no confidence that if the site was developed as per the application with the 3 static mobile homes in there, and potentially you have 3 long caravans like the one that is on site at the moment, of how the vehicles are going to maneuver. You cannot turn on a sixpence when you've got a 35-foot touring caravan on the back of your car, and then you get another one coming in to satisfy all the normal criteria that the highways insist on any other site, any residential site. Even when you think there's a lot of real estate there, well, we questioned it when we stood on the site. And I'm afraid the aerial photograph is out of date. Refer the aerial photograph to what you see on the plan, and you don't have the space. I'm sorry. And that the way they've got the things laid out. And if you actually had the diagrams that I've seen before produced, where you have these turning circles, they're all calculated out very carefully, you don't have the turning circle of an ordinary four-wheel vehicle, not four-wheel drive, but a four-wheel vehicle. You cannot turn that sharply with a long caravan. And then when you build up the sequence of the three, I'm not convinced that it would satisfy the highways authority's own criteria for driving in and out. Then somebody mentioned the wagon. So I'm asking the highways, can we have that before the committee? Because I'm lacking information here that's really allowing me to make an educated decision. Thank you.
We've heard restated the Transport Officer's view on this, that it would be feasible, and he's repeated that twice. So I don't see a lot of merit in pursuing it. Whether it's credible or not is down to members' view. He can't prove it here because he can't get his side rule out and measure the size, and there's no way he can do that while we're sitting here. It's been raised earlier, perhaps. David, I want to move on to discussion if we can quite soon.
Thank you, Chair. Just clarity, if I may, from the office on a couple or three of the conditions that are suggested. I mean, condition 12 is very clear in saying no more than 6 caravans, of which no more than 3 shall be a static caravan. So clearly, you know, our debate is not academic, I don't mean that, but we're being very clear in saying this is a limitation on the site, 3 static, 3 touring, and we would expect that obviously to be maintained until such time as some variation is applied to change the number. That's right, isn't there? Can I just move on? I mean, condition 9 talks about the site shall not be occupied by any persons other than gypsies and travellers as defined. I mean, I'm not quite sure how that's ever in the future analysed and enforced, and I don't know whether anybody knows the answer to that, to be frank, in terms of future use and future people who might be involved in the site. I don't know how we carry that test out, really, without interfering with people's human rights. And in terms of the no commercial activities shall take place on the land, can I just be clear what that would cover in terms of the understanding of commercial activities in the context of this site? I don't know what that is meant to cover. It's as naive a question as that. What sort of restriction would that apply? Because I have a feeling, and only that some of the adjoining residents might have some reservations about commercial activities on the site, and will this condition restrict that in a way that probably I can suggest? But can I have some advice on that, please?
It would be any business operation, so anything or any materials or any element of trade would not be able to be operated from that site. So it could only purely be used as a place to live.
I had a question, please, for Ian. I think somebody, it may have been the applicant's agent, said that the GLO's finding of fact, and there's the World Council raised the question of consistency and was it valid and so forth, and suggested it should be subject to independent review. Just testing your position, your understanding on this, is that would it be helpful? I don't know if other boroughs ever do it, but would it be helpful if the LPA made any review of such findings, as opposed that members have expressed in the past on applications a concern that this comes in, and unlike most consultees, it's treated as fact, whereas the view of the AONB officer is compared with our landscape officer, and we'll side with one or we'll side with the other, but at least there's a comparison. And with the view of our conservation officers comes in, and sometimes we think they're right and sometimes we think they're wrong. But there is a tendency for the view of the GLO to be treated as if it were fact, when in fact it's only informed opinion based upon evidence. Do you have a view as to whether there's be any useful test of that in any way?
You're quite right. Much of this is judgmental in terms of the evidence that's supplied. The more evidence, Chair, that is provided, the greater the ability to be able to have confidence in making the judgment as to status. We do have a service level agreement with the Borough Council to provide this expert advice, but I don't see that that in any way takes away the ability of the Borough Council to seek independent advice on or assessment on the proposal that the GLO has already commented upon.
Just had a question for officers before we go open it up to debate. There's a mention in here of a deed of variation which hasn't been signed, although whatever it was that it referred to was quite a long time ago. I should perhaps have asked the applicant's agent why it hadn't been signed, but do we know if there's some serious significance associated with that? Is it purely administrative and bureaucratic, or we haven't chased hard enough, or nobody could find a lawyer? What's the...
Yeah, I don't know the full reasons from the applicants as to why that hasn't actually been completed, but nevertheless, that application related to the variation and removal of suggested conditions on that earlier application, which were only in place for a 2-year time period, which has now lapsed in any event. So my understanding is that probably hasn't been completed because it'd be no longer relevant in any way, because that condition would no longer be in effect applicable.
Can you remind me what the condition was? It's quite difficult to resolve all these when you've got 10 reports.
Fair enough, on this one, it was the condition applied to the original appeal, which is when the application for the original pitch was granted for Mrs. Hamlin and Mr. Hamlin. The inspector imposed a condition that said for an initial period of 2 years from the date of this decision, the site shall not be occupied by any persons other than Mrs. and Mr. Hamlin. And the application at that time was to effectively allow their daughter to occupy the site as well, because it was during that first 2-year period.
I shan't probe into why that might need a deed of variation, which baffles me totally. Members' discussion, please. Diane.
Could I suggest that there are just too many imponderables for us to approve anything like this evening? We don't really know quite what we're saying yes to if we say yes, and it could become a chaotic site. We would normally expect to see more than just an officer saying, well, it looks to me as if these caravans could manoeuvre. I mean, we'd normally expect to have a little bit more than that to go by. And also take Councillor Isaac's point that we could consider deferring it in order to get some sort of an independent assessment of the status. And also, we'd normally, would we not grant temporary permission for this sort of mobile home? Anyway, there is just so many different things that don't feel right. I don't feel confident, certainly, to approve this. My inclination is to actually refuse it, but I'd be interested to hear what others say. But I think we should, at the very least, defer it until we know much, much more about it. Thank you.
Marilyn.
I'd just like to support what the councillor has just said about deferring it to get further advice.
Thank you. I would do exactly the same, Chair. I think there's too many doubts and too much that we don't know. I don't think we're in a position to make a decision at this time. I think we should defer it.
As I'm retiring, I can't get shot if I agree to defer it, can I? Yeah, Mike.
Can I ask where exactly this advice would come from? Are there organisations which could offer that sort of advice? My inclination at the moment is to go with the application and approve it, as I say.
We had some voices for deferral. We've got one for approval. Do I have any further speakers? David?
Well, I'm sitting with Councillor Band, I think, on this, really. I mean, I know we can describe them as imponderables and unknowns, but to be fair, I mean, I think there is evidence here that confirms the status of the applicants, and I mean, I have no reason to refute that. And in regard to the proposal itself, I think it, with the conditions attached, which you know, are listed and pretty comprehensive, I think it would meet the requirements of the site. I think the officers have worked hard in terms of the way the conditions have been developed, and genuinely, I can see no reason to reject the application.
No other speakers? Diane?
Could I propose that we defer the application to find out exactly what the status is of the applicants by an independent expert, and also to have the exact nature of the numbers of caravans, cars, parking and moving clearly stated, so that we know what we're dealing with.
My own inclination to support deferral is really based upon a concern, a deeper concern about this than the application as it stands, which I raised earlier, whether or not in the future, when the present applicants may have moved on, the site may be sold, whether it would pass muster as a set of three, what's the expression? Not sites, but pitches, a set of three pitches for gypsies and travellers in general. Because in general, one would expect to see definitely provision for touring caravans, because this could be three quite different families. It doesn't have to be if it's a family, they can negotiate this amongst themselves, but we're giving, I mean, the other question in my mind, which I didn't ask officers because I thought we just had enough questions, but what is the real relevance of this application of the status of the applicants? It's an application for a gypsy site. The validity of these applicants living on it is clear. You know, either it is right or it isn't right. It could be tested. I don't know whether you can find an independent expert to do this sort of thing, but I expect such people exist. But in the long run, it is meeting or not meeting the requirement for the council to provide pitches. I did a little bit of homework on this, and I found very little evidence, but there was one local authority which had identified in its assessment for local planning purposes that it had 80 pitches in private ownership in the local authority, of which more than 30 were occupied by non-gypsies and travellers. And the local authority had no intention of doing anything about enforcement or evictions because of all the costs, uncertainties and so forth associated with enforcements and evictions and proof and so forth. So I have a real concern that unless this can be shown to be feasible for the use of the families concerned with provision for touring caravans, that I don't think it's in the interests of the real requirements of the borough, which were greatly emphasised by the applicants' representatives as being a critical reason for approval, are actually met. I'm not confident they're met. I'm not personally questioning the status of the people concerned. That could be investigated further and we could get further evidence. And it might be an issue in people's minds, but the issue in my mind is whether this actually does count towards our requirement for pitches. The other question, maybe I can ask a question before we vote on this, of officers about the status of the local plan. My understanding of it, which is out for hopefully final consultation, is the plan allows for the provision of sites and pitches in some of the allocated sites, or in particular in one of the allocated sites. Is that right? What is the status of that from a planning policy? I mean, if that went to appeal, what would the inspectorate say about that allocation today?
Chair, I'll answer that one, perhaps help on some of the other issues about deferral. Just on the status of the plan, because it's gone out to consultation, but it's not got to examination yet. I think there'd be very limited weights. I think if we're in an appeal situation, an inspector wouldn't, I don't think they'd find favour, if you like, that the need was being met imminently because it's still in a plan to go through various stages. So I don't think that would sort of address the need issue, if you like. On the point about how much weight should be put on the applicants, if you like, in terms of determining this planning application, the way the report has been structured is that in some ways very limited weight on the specific applicants. You know, if this was granted, the conditions effectively would restrict the use of the site for gypsies and travellers. It may be that that's Mr. and Mrs. Hamblin and their family to begin with. It may be that it's different gypsies and travellers in future. So the actual personal circumstances haven't been a significant factor in determining this application or recommending this application. Notwithstanding that, when information is submitted with an application to demonstrate gypsy status, it's obviously right and proper that we report that and record our findings on that to assist the committee. In terms of the deferral, picking up on Councillor Bound's point about, well, who would you actually ask to review the GLO officer, the Gypsy Liaison Officer's comments? I think that is something we'd have to take away. First inclination is that maybe we would approach possibly a Gypsy Liaison Officer from another county who may be able to do an independent review. I think that part we would have to report back as to whether it's actually been feasible to do an independent review or not at a later date. I certainly understand the points raised with regards to the site layout, if you like, and whether the three mobile homes and caravans could be accommodated. And I think that's something that could be quite easily resolved through deferral. As always with deferrals, I'll just remind the committee that technically the applicant could obviously appeal on non-determination in the interim, but that is always the case with a deferral, Chair.
I think if we were to approve deferral, it would be probably only for one cycle, I would hope, except wind farms getting in the way. David and then Mike.
Chairman, can I just ask for clarification, really? It's on this issue of the 6 caravans and the 3 mobile homes. We know clearly from the proposal exactly where they will be, and the sites are very clearly allocated. In regard to this issue of the touring caravans, which, you know, we're making some issue around, I mean, dare I say, I mean, on a site of that size, which we've seen, and I know this isn't specifically defined on the plan at the moment, but my analysis would be, and it would be with the agreement of the people who occupy the mobile homes, of course, but I mean, a degree of what I describe as fly parking of touring caravans wouldn't be the end of the world as far as I can see. I mean, if they are prepared for that sort of flexibility, and after all, it's a touring caravan which is going to be used from time to time, then it will be put where they want it to be put, and that's their visual impact, nobody else's. I don't know what the issue is in that regard. Am I missing something here?
The issue in my mind is to do not with the present families who are clearly a family and can do up they like whatever they want to agree to and agree amongst themselves as a family. My concern is longer term, to do with the future occupancy of the site. And although these are supposedly mobile homes, they're pretty static and they take a lot of moving. And somebody moving onto the site would move onto it as it is. And if you had 3 different families living on the site, and all 3 of whom wanted to bring their touring caravan, which they probably naturally would with them while they're on the site, it's the question of whether there'd be case would be brought to say, well, this doesn't qualify as 3 proper gypsy pitches. That's my concern. I can just hear the arguments being brought for that. That's why I prefer to see a layout of the site which allowed for the provision of 3 touring caravans, even though the present applicants might not see a need for them to have them themselves. But that's it's my personal view. Any more speakers? Was Mike? Sorry, I thought you had already had your hand up. I do apologise.
I was under the impression from some training that we'd had in the past that if it's 3 static homes, then by definition that meant 3 touring caravans as well. I don't know, that's one point. The other point is, it strikes me that are we not, or some people our members are seeking a contrary opinion. So what happens if we get a contrary opinion? So we've got the Gypsy Liaison Officer saying one thing on the Hampshire chap, and then we've got somebody with a contrary opinion. So what do we get? Are we going to get a third opinion as well?
Well, we're quite used to having contrary opinions. We've had applications here where for example, I mentioned one earlier where the landscape officer has taken one view, and we've had a different view from the AONB officer. And on that most recent such occasion, we took the view of the AONB officer because we thought he'd been more diligent at his work. And the evidence he provided was stronger than that provided by the landscape officer. And it could well be that you get a second opinion in and he produces a different set of evidence, having tested it in a different way. I don't see that as a stumbling block, but members will decide how they want to play this. I think we did have a proposal to defer. Was it in the end? Was that seconded?
Quite seconded.
Well, I think we need, and the reasons being, they seek, as I recall, a second opinion as to the strength of the evidence as to gypsy status. and the second to seek evidence that provision could be made on this site for 3 touring caravans in a safe way with proper access provision. And that's simply the applicants working with the highways people. Yes? Were there any other matters on people's minds? We've had a proposal and it's been seconded for that. Those in favour of that proposal, we'll come back to the other bit. Four. So that proposal is carried. Officers?
So the application's been deferred to seek an independent assessment on the gypsy status of the applicants and to gather information on the exact nature and number of vans, cars, including touring caravans.
Can I ask, please, just for the record, that that work is carried out as expeditiously as possible so that this doesn't drag on and we don't run the council into the risk of having an appeal against non-determination? If we put that on the record, then there's less grounds for non-determination as well. Okay, I propose, members, with your agreement, to have a 5-minute break, and then I'll apologise to all those people who've been waiting outside to hear the rest of the agenda. Is that okay? Thank you. 5 minutes, please. We'll come back at just after 10 to 7. Good evening. This is a meeting of the Development Control Committee, and my first job is to apologise for those of you who've just joined us for how late it is. The previous application took rather longer than we had anticipated, and we apologise for that. We are not expecting a fire evacuation test this evening, so if we hear something that sounds remotely like a fire alarm, it is a fire alarm, and we will leave via the exits as indicated. If you've been signed into the building, could you please wait outside in the edge of the Memorial Park rather than rushing away, because we will then need to test that everybody who's signed in has in fact left the building. It hasn't happened on my watch, and this is my last meeting as chairman of the committee, and so I hope it's not going to happen tonight. To note, please, that the meeting's being webcast, and those of you sitting in the front row may well appear on the webcast because it captures whoever comes forward to speak at the front table. And until all you enthusiasts have come to sit in the front row, I was going to suggest the children came and sat in the front row, because I'd rather look at them than look at any of you. And their mums and grandmas in particular would quite like to see them on the webcast, but you preempted that now. No, it's all right. They probably don't want to come and sit there. They're probably wise enough not to want to come and sit in the front row. But if it was my grandchildren, they would. Also, I'm going to have to receive apologies for absence. No, we haven't. Apologies, resignations and replacements. I think we have one.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm here in place of Councillor Dunlop, and I'm afraid I couldn't get here in time for the 5:30 start, for which I apologise. So I'm looking forward to joining your committee now.
Thank you, Paula. And we now move on to the second application on page 25 of 161. Just to explain the process for those of you who may not have joined us here before, the people sitting either side of these tables are the members of the committee who will make the decisions this evening. Around me, I'm the chairman, this is my deputy chairman, and then we have some council officers here who are here to advise us, but the committee will make the decisions. And when we invite someone to speak, we'll invite him or her to come forward to this table at the front here. And I now therefore invite, I'm hoping to see, let me find the right piece of paper, Mr. McCarthy, if you'd like to come forward, sir. If you'd like to just sit at the table for the moment, and we'll then tell you what to do in a second. And we'll then invite the officers to present their report, and then we'll ask you to speak for no more than 4 minutes, and then members of the committee may ask you questions. So if you would stay there when you've finished your 4 minutes, that'd be good. Officers, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. This is a full application for the erection of 83 dwellings, including affordable housing, access, open space, landscaping and infrastructure on land south of Blosswood Lane and Groves Orchard in Whitchurch. Members have visited the site and seen the site in its context in its relationship within the North Wessex Downs area of outstanding natural beauty. Turning to the update paper, some additional consultation responses have been received, including from Whitchurch Town Council in respect of the amended plans, and you'll note that no objection is now being raised. Environmental health on the additional noise information provided, again no objection, subject to a number of conditions that are already set out in the main report, and a further condition proposed for the Conservation Officer. There's then the commentary from Officer in respect of the noise information recently provided, further commentary on heritage impacts, and then some amendments and additional conditions proposed. The recommendation is for approval, subject to the completion of a legal agreement to secure obligations towards local infrastructure improvements as set out in the main report, together with a number of conditions also set out.
When you speak, so if you could press the wide black button, and you then have 4 minutes.
Okay. I had 3 main points, and I will read from a pre-prepared statement for speed. Point 1, In 2009, my wife and I were new to Whitchurch and Basingstoke. Before buying in Parkview beside Blosswood Field, we explicitly asked the seller, now one of the Blosswood Field applicants, and Basingstoke Council separately, about intentions for the field. Each salesperson replied categorically on different days, there are no plans for development. Property law says clearly sellers do not have to volunteer information, but if asked, they must answer truthfully and not mislead. When we arrived to view in 2009, Parkview was mostly built, but Blosswood Field was still untouched. We now know via freedom of information that as early as 2005, the applicant and the council had in mind both sites for the next significant development. The council's reply to us in 2009, before we bought, made no mention of Blosswood Field as an ongoing target. This was misleading us by omission. Confirmed more recently when an identifiable council planner said to me, we have no obligation to tell you. We think this was a damaging and unjustified misuse of council powers and a denial of our right to buy or not buy on the basis of the same non-commercial information that other interested parties had access to. This council secrecy was also incompatible with its equality, anti-discrimination and openness principles. The council's report under other matters, para 6, is an inadequate attempt to justify its stance, acting as both judge and jury in its own case. Point 2, we have from the first said in writing that we recognise Whitchurch's overriding duty to provide without undue delay enough homes for its own people and for outsiders engaged in socially important local jobs. For this reason, we are now willing to cease our opposition to the project as a whole, valid though many of our concerns continue to be, such as excessive building for profit in the area of outstanding natural beauty. The Council report under reasons for approval, item 6, rejects claims for mitigation, e.g. at Parkview. This rejection ignores the substantial and avoidable wrong caused by the applicants and the Council's at best misleading statements during the process of selling some Parkview properties. The application initially proposed houses overlooking Parkview. That scheme was recently recast, but some overly close housing remains. In all the circumstances that I have summarised, we believe that overly close housing should in equity be removed, albeit for a marginal reduction in the applicant's overall profit.
Minutes, sir.
Point 3 is a couple of sentences. If Council are minded to approve the application as a whole, we would ask them to look closely at these reasonable objections and consider attaching a condition that mitigation measures for relevant Parkview and other affected residents should be re-examined more sympathetically.
Thank you, sir. Questions for, if you'd like to just press your black button again, and it's a bit of a ball this, but when you stop you have to press it, and then if you answer a question you've got to press it again. Did I see Councillor Miller? No? Questions from members? No? I was going to ask, you had this, all these points about the council misleading you. Have you written formally to the council about these matters, about misrepresentation? I'm not going to try and repeat what you said, but about the issues you raised. Have you written formally to the council?
I wrote formally to the chief executive, must be a year ago now.
And the response was?
The response was, if you forgive the bluntness, evasive. It claimed that the council was only following normal procedures.
Did you phrase, and this is really off the subject for tonight, just asking your questions, did you phrase your letter to him as a complaint? Did you use the word complaint?
Off the top of my head, without looking at the actual letters, I can't remember. I think I did, but...
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to deal respectfully with the speaker who's taken the trouble to come and talk to us. Well, I apologise if that's upsetting you. Fine. And the mitigation that you were seeking, what is the nature of the mitigation, which is a planning matter?
We would like to see the and I've had to interpret the plans on a computer without being in a position to do any clear measurement. One or two houses seem to have been removed from the revised plan of a couple of months ago, but there are still several houses which I call overly close to our boundary. And in the context of all that I previously said, we think it's unreasonable to press ahead with that. And I believe that either cancelling these houses permanently or temporarily, given my wife and I's age, or some wider planting than is presently allowed for, I think could reasonably go towards meeting our needs.
Thank you, sir. If you press your big black button again, thank you very much. That's it. Too many pages in this. I'm now expecting to hear from Mr. Edwards on behalf of the applicants, I'm assuming. You have 4 minutes, so if you could press the wide black button.
Thank you. Good evening, members. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Hugh Edwards of Barton Wilmore, here this evening on behalf of Banner Homes and Beauty Homes. The proposed scheme before you, as already advised, is for scheme of 83 residential dwellings, including 40% or 33 units of affordable housing, something that's definitely needed in both Basingstoke and also particularly in Whitchurch. It provides family housing and affordable and local needs housing, wholly in accordance with your corporate objectives. The present planning application has been comprehensively prepared, which has benefited from early engagement from the outset. The most recent of these discussions commenced back in 2011 with the emerging latest local plan, and the site has been evaluated as a potential housing site since 2008-2009 as part of the Council's background evidence base. This application was then submitted in April 2013. The full extent and nature of the statutory and non-statutory engagement has been considerable and extensive, which is perhaps best reflected in the resultant no objection from the majority of the statutory technical consultees, and I'm pleased to hear this evening also now the Town Council as well, following the amended plans. Detailed pre-app discussions commenced in autumn 2011 in a public exhibition held in February 2012. The pre-app discussions also included the Town Council. The application formally submitted in April 2013, which is just over a year ago, and it was accompanied by a comprehensive suite of technical documents. In response to further minor technical queries, the scheme was reduced further from 89 units down to 83. We did originally have expectations for in the order of about 120 units on the site when we submitted an environmental statement screening opinion. That went then down to 100, and then 89 and 83. All of that reduction is as a result of the pre-application and subsequent discussions we've had with your professional and technical officers. As part of those pre-app discussions and also subsequent discussions, I would also personally like to mention Councillor Watt's attitude and approach as the local ward member, as reflected in your officer's report. I think this deserves a special mention. I personally believe that this reflects the positive attitude required of local authorities by the NPPF, and he has been instrumental in bringing about improvements to the resultant scheme before you this evening. In addition to this, we, the council officers and the external statutory consultees, have examined this now technically for the last 12 months or so. Each of these professional bodies have robustly concluded there is no technical objection for any or all of the elements of the scheme. With regard to highways, we have a safe and acceptable means of access to and from the site. With regard to landscape, as with any greenfield sites you're experiencing across the borough, that will result in the loss of green fields. We haven't quite been able to appease the AONB unit with regard to its impact on the AONB, but we have reached agreement with your own council's landscape officers with regard to the AONB impact. And again, 1 minute. No objection. Thank you. Similar no objections relate to heritage, ecology, drainage, archaeology, open space, and also now environmental health, as we've just been advised this evening as well. Therefore, from a technical perspective, the proposed development is comprehensive, robust, deliverable and sustainable. This is very clear as set out in the officer's report. Just quickly in summing up, the development proposals will therefore make a significant contribution to meeting the borough's housing requirement and the local housing requirements of Whitchurch, whilst also delivering significant economic, social and community benefits. The development proposals therefore represent sustainable form development as described in the NPPF. Indeed, the officer's report sets out these considerations fully and have consistently found that any potential impacts do not significantly or demonstrably outweigh the sustainable benefits of the proposed developments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. If you just put your big back button off again, and it will ask if members have any questions. Paula?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Edwards, I wondered if you could tell me whether it is possible to increase the planting along the boundary with the properties in Parkview, and whether you could tell us what the minimum spacing is between the proposed properties and the existing properties in Parkview, obviously following up from the point that Mr. McCarthy just made to us.
Unfortunately, I don't have a scale with me. It might be the lead officer can answer that more technically. But just in responding to that, the properties facing that are in Parkview are the front aspects of the property. They're not the rear aspects. And it's basically there's a private drive running along in front of those properties down that northern boundary, which is then further separation before the rear gardens of the property of the new proposed dwellings further in there. I'd also like to say to some of you, in particular Councillor Baker, you may recall that the site was originally allocated back in the Whitchurch area local plan of 1991. And so therefore it's the sort of the history and pedigree of the site does go back quite some considerable time.
Any other questions, members? No, thank you very much, sir. I have Councillor Watts, I think. I'm sure you're aware you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't go back to 1991. I moved to the borough and the county then, but I didn't really look around as long ago as that. This application was registered in March 2013, and after such a long wait, I expected the recommendation to come to committee last month, but it was delayed yet again by 2 late responses from internal consultees. And when you consider the application which follows this, there'll be reference to the lack of a 5-year land supply. That situation won't improve while it takes so long to consider an application like this. I was elected 7 years ago, and once I realised that it's not possible to provide the homes that Whitchurch needs without building on some green fields, I decided this site is the least inappropriate. That's been my opinion since the first public consultation on the SLA in 2008. So the proposal was in the public domain then. The site was allocated for 100 new homes in the first draft pre-submission core strategy, and it's been carried through each successor document to the current draft local plan. It provides 33 affordable homes, including 4 2-bedroom bungalows to rent, and 50 houses for sale on the open market. Applying the numbers from the draft local plan, they amount to 3 1/3 years housing supply for Whitchurch. So please approve this application. I sympathise with the concerns of Mr. McCarthy and other neighbours whose homes have been built by the same developer since this site was identified in the SLA. But I don't think those concerns are material to the planning application unless detailed changes to help them can be made. I support the comment in the report that congestion in the centre of Whitchurch will be exacerbated by this development and mitigation measures must be taken. The comments from the area of outstanding up for beauty unit, if accepted, would mean that the designation takes priority over all other considerations in selecting a site for housing. This site's been cut off from the rest of the RNB by a trunk road for many years, I think since before the final designation of the RNB actually. It's not itself an example of outstanding natural beauty, so please exercise your judgment to disregard that objection and allow this application. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions for the ward member? Thank you, Keith. Questions for officers? Oh, did you want a question for Keith? No? Questions for officers? Paul? Paula?
Thank you, Chair. When I first read the report, I was very confused when I got to pages 31 and 32, because there are a lot of question marks in there. Now, I now understand that that was the questions that were put by Whitchurch Town Council. Before I do anything else, can I confirm with officers that page 30 through 32 up to the paragraph bold in planning policy have all been addressed and accepted by Whitchurch Town Council?
Yeah, the update paper clearly sets out that Whitchurch Town Council have no objection now to the proposal as amended.
My next question is the highways, about page, it's to do with parking under the highways, on-site highway implications, and the fact that the highways officer has noted that the site implicates the heavy use of 3-bay tandem spaces, which are to be discouraged. 50 of 161. And it's the last paragraph on the page. What is the criteria applied to accept 3 tandem parking spaces to get to the right number on these fairly constrained sites? Because in other places where these applications have come in, we've actually, I think we all accept, we discourage it, because it should be just 2 normally. Why is this one accepted?
Within our car parking standards, with reference to tandem parking, where there is more than 2 tandem spaces, so in this example we've got 3, the drafting within the parking standards is that they would only be counted as 2 spaces. So where I have set out figures that have been replicated on page 51 as to the overall number of spaces, I've only counted those as contributing as 2 rather than 3.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if the officers could give me the information that I was asking from the agent of the spacing from the existing houses in Parkview. Thank you.
Yes, it's between 23 and 26 metres.
Thank you. It's again page 51 of 161. It's to do with parking again. I'm just very concerned. The question here about was the officer see the reality of a parking management strategy, and that, i.e., if it doesn't work, traffic regulation orders. I suppose my point is this is a full application, so as I read into that, the detail is in front of us rather than delegated powers. I would have hoped possibly, or would it not be inconsiderate of me to assume that this might have been taken into account before it was presented to us, by way of asking the applicant to overcome these problems? Sorry, a long-winded question, but it's how realistic do you think that paragraph should be, given we're starting with a clean sheet?
With the various iterations of the site layout we've had for this application, car parking is something that has been considered at length. We've got to a point now where I think the proposals are reasonable, and they're also supplemented by on-street car parking lay-bys, bollards to prevent parking at junctions. However, I'm conscious that sometimes, and with reference to other more modern estates, people sometimes choose to park close directly in front of their dwellings rather than using, say, the car parking that's provided to the side. With that being the case, and I'm conscious that this site also provides access for the future land to the south, if poor parking behaviour was to occur, the purpose of the strategy is to ensure that there is funding available such that whatever controls might be necessary in the future can be done. So really it's there as a means of mitigation. If the parking areas are fully utilised as intended by the design, then there shouldn't be a need for parking controls to be implemented. But what I'm keen to ensure is that if there are problems, there is at least a mechanism in place such that they can be solved at a future date when the development's fully occupied.
So if I may just a supplementary on that, without dragging it all out, what would be your vision of something you wouldn't therefore have to put this condition on? What's missing from this? Yeah.
You'd probably be looking at a development that would be entirely different. So it would be very large plots served by shared private drives with large areas of landscaping between the houses and the actual roads. So with this number of dwellings and this site, I just can't see a possibility of getting an arrangement that is more generous than what's already before us.
Thank you, James. Just to supplement the point being raised by Mr. Shepherd, I think the issue is that there are obviously competing issues. You need to use land efficiently, all those things. The design approach in terms of trying to keep parking spaces on curtilage, and I think the majority of properties proposed here do that. I think the reason for the suggested obligation is simply that, despite the fact that bollards are proposed in various locations, there are a couple of relatively isolated locations where there is a small risk that there could be on-street parking. So I think the approach being taken by the highways officer is really trying to respond to the issues that have been raised on other applications to say, in the unlikely event that this did occur, there is at least a mechanism to make sure it doesn't happen, but it's not seen as a sort of a major issue for the layout itself.
Mike?
Thank you, Chair. First question to the highways officer. Councillor Watts mentioned the mitigation that perhaps could assist in the middle of Whitchurch. Bearing in mind we've got another application coming up within Whitchurch, what mitigation measures could be put in place?
With respect to this application, it is supported by a transport assessment. That doesn't in itself propose any direct improvements other than those associated with providing the new junction onto Blosswood Lane. However, the site will be providing best contributions, so I would anticipate it is the pooling of those best contributions as development comes forward that will eventually lead to those being spent to improvements in the local area.
Can I, before Mike comes back, can we have, for the record, please, on behalf of the committee, unless everyone disagrees, ask that that there should be constructive discussion about the spending of any best contributions with the town council and ward members before any decisions are made, and can we ask that those discussions be undertaken in the near term rather than, as sometimes happens, the best contributions disappear into some black hole somewhere and eventually get spent somewhere. Is there any reason why that shouldn't happen? No, thank you. Mike?
To come back to the highways officer, I didn't hear anything that anything specific. I mean, it must have been thought about because there is congestion in that town, in the middle of the town centre there. I was just asking, is there anything that you thought of specific?
There is no improvements beyond the immediate frontage of this site that are directly linked to the implementation of this scheme at the present time.
Question to the officer. Page 44 of 161. It is proposed, however, that the legal agreement will be worded to allow some flexibility for the council to agree with landowners, blah, 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 about the affordable housing. How flexible is flexible, please? Well, could it go down to no affordable housing?
Obviously, it would be based on the need at that particular point in time when the application came forward. If for any reason which is highly unlikely, it was found that there wouldn't be any need for affordable housing, then clearly there would be a requirement to vary the terms of that agreement, and then that would then obviously be consulted on as an application with the local ward members and parish as any other application, and members would obviously have an opportunity to make a decision on that should they wish to do so in line with our usual procedures.
The flexibility isn't in terms of the developer wanting to reduce the amount of affordable housing.
So effectively, the wording would be to still maintain the council's control over the final part. So it's not just a case that the developer could turn around and say, well, actually, now we're going to provide less. It's simply saying that if the housing need changed, then there would be a mechanism by which a different amount could be agreed. But as Mr. Allen said, it would be subject to a further sort of means of application through a variation. But it would maintain the council's control over that.
No further questions, any discussion? Councillor Lee recommends approval.
I would recommend approval. It's nice that we've had the ward councillor and the town councillor all agreeing that it's often it's a nice idea. Yeah, good. I propose it.
Okay.
I'd like to second that, please.
Any comments, discussion? Can I ask, before we vote on that we include an informative about early discussions on the expenditure of best in the town with the relevant people locally, as opposed to only amongst highway specialists. Nothing wrong with highway specialists, I'd love to be one. It's been moved and seconded for approval. Those in favour of approval? That's carried. Officers, please.
Application approved, subject to the completion of the legal agreement as set out in the main agenda, together with the proposed conditions as amended and the additional conditions set out in the update paper, together with the informative proposed by Councillor Mitchell, which could also include, if members are agreeable, a letter to Hampshire County Council, the same.
Thank you. We move on to number 3, which is in Whitchurch land adjoining Caesar's Way. I'm expecting it's Mr. T. Thacker. I think that's Councillor Thacker, is it? Yes. Or is there another T. Thacker lurking in the undergrowth somewhere? So Councillor Thacker, Brigadier Bacon and Mr. Bromley. Are you all going to speak? Because you only have 4 minutes between you.
Mr. Chairman,
That's fine, but it is 4 minutes. And it's advisable if you all come up to the front at the same time. I think bring the chair. And then when you speak, you'll need to move the microphone towards the person who's speaking so that it's captured. We'll hear you, but those at the back might not, and it needs to go on the webcast. So before you speak, I'll get officers to present the report.
Thank you, Chair. This is an outline application for the principle of the erection of up to 34 new homes with associated access, open space and landscaping, and the change of use of adjoining land to provide replacement allotments and new community orchard with means of access to be considered at this point in time. Members visited the site, viewing it from Glen Road to the east, and also looking at the existing allotment together with the bridleway. On the update sheet, there's a clarification and amendment to the paragraph set out in the main report following Councillor Watts's further comments. So that's set out in full. It's a further comment from a tree officer who is raising no objection to the amended arboriculture report, subject to a further condition. 2 further letters of objection have been received. They've also set out in detail in the report. A number of conditions have had minor amendments to their wording, and there are also 2 additional proposed conditions as set out in the update paper. The recommendation is for approval subject to the completion of a legal agreement for various infrastructure contributions and the various conditions as amended and the additional ones proposed.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you have 4 minutes. We'll allow a little time for exchanging of the microphone, perhaps.
Chairman, thank you very much indeed. I represent the residents of Caesars Way, many of whom are sitting behind me, including young families. In our 4 minutes, I'm going to talk as a Caesars Way resident. My colleague on the left is going to talk as a allotment holder, and Mr. Thack is going to talk on other matters. Firstly, in context, we're not NIMBYs. We're not objecting to more housing in Whitchurch. Indeed, on the contrary, many of us have been immersed for some time in the development of the neighbourhood plan, which is bringing together coherent proposals, and we seek coherence and a holistic view to all of this. We believe that the plans for the redevelopment of St Cross allotments are and its road access are premature and incoherent with the neighbourhood plan, and should only be considered in the context of the plan once that's reached its conclusions. Very briefly, taking the principles of the National Planning Policy Framework, the NPPF, there are 3 core arguments. The first being the application doesn't take into account the views of the community, which are going to be covered by Mr. George later on, outside our 4 minutes. The second is that the application doesn't represent sustainable development that enhances and improves the places in which people live. Out of the socio-economic and environmental impacts, I draw on safety issues, and in particular, we don't dispute that 17 years ago when Caesars Way was built, there was the possibility of it being extended, and we can't argue against the transport capacity modelling. However, Caesars Way can be dangerous and impassable in bad weather, and particularly we've had 2 years of icy conditions where it's been particularly dangerous for people to park down on Deswood Lane. They can't get up the road, not in a dust cart, and we've certainly had one neighbour with a broken leg. So families and workers are of key interest to us. So the inclement conditions, we don't believe have been taken into account in any of the plans that we've seen. And the second point is that whilst we recognise that the High Authority only considered alternative access to Caesars Way was completely hopeless, we are requesting that the construction and traffic management plan should stipulate an alternative access route during the construction phase, perhaps via the outgoing estate, only opening up during the redevelopment of Caesars Way once the construction phase is complete. I hand over now to Alan Bromley.
Good evening. I am an allotment holder. I've actually cultivated allotments for 40 years plus. The allotments have in fact been there for 100 years. I've actually walked it for 60. We are a majority against the allotments because the ground that they anticipate us going to is so poor, encumbered in Hampshire diamonds, flints. The land has a lot of wildlife on it. There are a bank with over 500 bees on, which are minor bees, which are very rare, and also cuckoo bees. There are dormouse in the hedgerows, and there are also slowworms, lizards, and bats in some of the buildings. Thank you.
You have 1 minute between you.
Thank you, Chairman. As you know, I'm the county councillor for the area, and I wrote as a resident, as I understand that there's no other way for me to speak at this meeting. The first question I would like to ask is that I've been included in any discussions as an interested party that you mentioned, the town council and the board members. I'd like to talk about Deswood Lane as a highways matter. There is only one access to the south and east of Whitchurch from this development, which is through a single lane Victorian railway arch. I do not know what mitigation factors have been taken into account, but I would certainly like to know. It seems extremely difficult that the only way in and out of Deswood Road is through 2 Victorian railway arches, and that
for the Caesars Way development, there is an alternative access through Arden Road. The developers have said that they don't know who owns strip adjacent to Arden Road and therefore it's discontinued. The village area, the town of Whitchurch, knows who owns those strips of land, so do I, and I would argue that the developers have been negligent in not looking at the possibility of access through Arden Road. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. You stay there for a minute or two, and we'll see if members have any questions. And if members do have questions, you might be helpful. Well, they can decide who answers, can't they? Any questions, members? It's gone very quiet here. Yes, Chris.
Good evening all. There's a question really on the allotments. Are you aware, has the allotment land got statutory allotment status granted to it?
I'm not aware whether it has or it hasn't, to be perfectly honest.
Officers will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think allotments are allotments, and no. Right, we'll ask the officers when it gets to them. Any further questions for our speakers? No? Thank you, gentlemen, very much. Expecting to hear from the Town Council, please. You have 4 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Town Council and also Chair of the Neighbourhood Plan Steering Committee. The Town Council has objected on 4 grounds. Primarily preempts the neighbourhood planning process. Secondly is the access and the adequacy of it through Caesars Way. The third area is the allotments are inferior to the ones currently in existence, and they also have serious concerns about the noise from the adjoining industrial estate and its effect in terms of nuisance on the housing. Now, quickly going through this, the original recommendation to grant planning permission, I noticed the case notes from maybe 7 days ago, were really wholly inaccurate regarding the neighbourhood plan. We've been working on this plan for well over a year. We've got a 12-strong steering committee. We've had 30 formal meetings. We've had 8 major public consultations, 1,000 questionnaires returned, strong evidence base, over 500 documents, and we're conducting our own independent studies and surveys at the moment on these things. More importantly, I think, for this committee, we have had detailed talks with the landowners and developers, and we've actually identified sites for potentially up to 1,000 houses. So we have real options here. We're in the local plan. Basically, we have a need for 350 houses over the next 15 years, and we are planning to consult with the community in the summer of this year on the real options we have for which sites are going to be allocated. The previous application you just seen, the Town Council has not objected on that one. It's in the local plan as an allocated area, and if granted, and presumably it has been tonight, that will give us at least 4 years, if not 6 years, depending on the extensions to that, in which to get the neighbourhood plan into place, actually. It really does give us sufficient time to go through the entire process and look at the real options here. We really feel that the termination of this site at this time would severely hamper the planning process, really by providing an unsustainable rate of development going ahead. We need 25 houses here. A combination of several sites all working together will give us far more than that, one requirement for that. It should be considered as part of a more significant development. We've been talking with St Cross about further development to the north and what have you, and there are other access options and things like that we can consider. So we really need to consider it in a much more holistic way, this particular site. And we feel that this site should be measured against the other alternatives. As I mentioned, we have 1,000 sites for potentially 1,000 homes, and we really think we need to get the right place. And we also feel that this particular site is in a very strategic position, particularly in relation to industry. It pens in an industry in the corner there, and we do, in the local plan, have the requirement to look at the needs of industry and allocate land, and it really does constrain our ability to do that properly. In relation to the 200 houses with unallocated sites, which has been asked to accommodate, the local plan policy, SS5 states, the Borough Council...
You have 1 minute, sir.
Thank you. The Borough Council will support the Town Council to identify the most appropriate means of meeting this requirement through the neighbourhood planning process. We question the inclusion of this policy if it's going to be undermined by planning applications like this, actually. And the National Planning Framework states that the planning should be collective enterprise and has in recent years tended to exclude rather than include people and communities. We have a strong community working on this plan. If we get the plan undermined by planning applications, we're going to lose interest and the support of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you press your, that's it. And members have any questions for the Town Council Neighbourhood Planning team? Diane?
Could I just ask you a question? It says in the report on page 89 that the Whitchurch neighbourhood plan was designated, the area was designated on the 22nd of March 2014. That doesn't seem right. When was it designated?
Yes, in fact, that's a year out of date. So, as I mentioned, we have been working on it for over a year now.
Any other guests?
Do you have any opinion on the new allotment site in terms of its whether it would fit the bill in terms of the allotment holders? Have you?
I'm not an expert on what have you, but I have been listening to other allotment holders, and certainly that area, I think in terms of soil was mentioned, there's lots and lots of flits there. I've seen the site. It is very rough in terms of lots of stones that need to move, and certainly it doesn't seem to have the should we say the organic material and capacity to grow things there. I also understand there's going to be some restrictions in terms of sheds and things like that and what have you as well. So, but we haven't conducted an independent assessment of that, but certainly from the points that have been raised by allotment owners, it does seem to be inferior.
Thank you, sir. Now, speaker in support of the application, Mr. Smallman. If you press the wide black button, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephen Smallman from Provision. We're the agents acting on behalf of the Hospital of St Cross and Almshouses of Noble Poverty, who are the landowners and the applicants. As you'll be well aware, the test that you need to apply in return this application is set out for you in paragraph 14 of the NPPF. It says that planning permission should be granted unless any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. That's the test. There are a number of significant factors that weigh very heavily in favour of granting planning permission. There's the presumption in favour of sustainable development in the NPPF, of course. There's land supply, which you're very well aware of. But also, most importantly, is the local plan policy, the existing local plan policy. This site is within the settlement policy boundary where the presumption in favour of development applies, and it was specifically included with the settlement policy boundary by the last local plan inspector to facilitate development. The planning officer's report deals very comprehensively with potential impacts and finds that there are none that would warrant the refusal of planning permission. But I just have a few words to pick up on the concerns expressed by the Town Council. Firstly, the allotments. Your local plan policy allows for the redevelopment of existing allotments, providing suitable alternative replacement provision is made. It is, in this case, quantitatively, the proposal is a like-for-like replacement, together with a community orchard. Qualitatively, we believe that the provision will actually be better. It will be fenced, there will be water supply, there will be storage buildings provided, and the soil will be improved. It will be de-stoned and manured. And there have been discussions, extensive discussions with the Allotment Holders Association, and the association don't object to the proposal, although some individual allotment holders do. Access. As your officer's report makes very clear, Caesars Way was originally designed and built to serve further developments in East generally and the allotment site specifically. And the highway officer acknowledges that it has ample capacity to accommodate the traffic that will be generated from 34 extra homes. It's also worth noting that the site benefits from good quality direct pedestrian and cycle links to the town centre via Blosswood Drive. Just a brief comment on noise from the adjoining industrial area. A noise impact assessment has been carried out and accepted by the environmental health officer, and the development is acceptable subject to a condition requiring that good ambient noise levels are achieved in habitable rooms, and noise levels in the gardens are acceptable. This condition can and will be fully complied with at the reserve matters stage. And then just finally, Mr. Chairman, a question about the relationship of this proposal with the neighbourhood plan. Now,
you have just under a minute.
Thank you, sir. I suspect that potential questions about prematurity in relation to the neighbourhood plan have fallen away given the decision that you've just taken about Blosswood Fields. In any event, I don't think there's any justification for delaying the grant of planning permission for a scheme that fully complies with your adopted local plan, which is in contrast actually to Blosswood Field. Nevertheless, we are fully and constructively engaged with the neighbourhood plan steering group in considering the future of Alderton Cross's land in the context of the neighbourhood plan. We've said that in this context, if further land is allocated in the neighbourhood plan, the allotment site would be made available as part of a wider scheme. Granting planning permission now for the allotments in no way affects or prejudices those discussions.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a masterpiece of timing. Members have questions for the applicant? David?
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, Mr. Small. I wonder if I could just seek your comments regard to what we have in our report about the comments of Southern Water in regard to the capacity in the local network being insufficient to provide foul sewage disposal to the proposed development. It seems to me that's fairly critical, putting it mildly, in terms of if there isn't the capacity, I don't know how it's going to be improved such that it makes it possible to build that number of dwellings. And similarly, in regard to surface water sewers, where there isn't any, presumably the provision here would be by soakaway only, would it, for surface water? And having regard to the contours and gradients of the site, I wonder what provisional plans were afoot in regard to either of those matters.
You're quite right, Councillor. This is an outline application, so clearly there's a lot of detailed technical work which will need to be done in due course. I don't think Southern Water's position is any different on this side as it was on Blosswood Fields in terms of capacity, in terms of foul drainage. And what they say is that works and reinforcement will be required, and the developer will be responsible for carrying those works out to create the capacity that's needed. And that's fine. That's what will happen. That's not unusual. And yes, I'm sure that the surface water drainage will be based on a said system. That's what the council are looking for. And I've got no reason to believe that can't be achieved.
Thank you, Chair. On a site visit last Friday, it was very noticeable that there's an electricity substation right on the edge of the development. Is that going to be left alone? Are the cables associated with it going to be moved?
Councillor, that's the substation to the south, at the top end of Blosswood Drive, in effect. Yes. No, that's unaffected by these proposals. The illustrative layout recognises that it is there. It's dealt with the relationship with new housing with that substation, and the overhead power cables associated with that substation are unaffected by the proposal.
Are you able to enlighten us as to the statutory or otherwise situation of the allotments?
They are non-statutory, so the effect of that is that the existing allotment holders don't have security of any sort of security of tenure or protection. I have to say that St Cross, though, have owned and managed these allotments for many years, and they have absolutely no intention of forcing the allotment holders out of the allotments. They believe, though, that the relocation is the best option.
And in light of what was said earlier, had any sort of ecological study been done of the proposed new allotment site?
Yes, a comprehensive phase 1 and phase 2 ecological survey has been carried out in conjunction with the application. That identified, and I heard referred to earlier, bats, dormice certainly, all of which is taken into account and mitigated as part of the proposals.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, sir. Ward Councillor?
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, can I respond with what Mr. Smallman said about the previous decision we made undermining the neighbourhood plan. Our emerging local plan provides that site and its neighbouring site at Manor Farm as allocated sites. It then goes on to say that through neighbourhood planning, sites for a further 200 houses should be chosen. So it's that part of our emerging local plan that will be undermined, and of course the neighbourhood plan steering committee will be doing a vast amount of work with that authority behind it. Now, I challenged the inclusion of this site in the Slough in 2008, and you might have recognised Mr. Bromley, because in July 2009 he and another allotment holder attended P&I Oscom to support my proposal that this site should be categorised as unsuitable. The Oscom supported us, and after some controversy, that's remained the status of the site ever since in our emerging local plan. The report accurately quotes my objection to this application, and I haven't been going around stirring up opposition to the application. I wondered why the concerns of allotment holders and factory operators haven't been reflected in objections. Last week I published in a newsletter how I intended to act this evening. I received 2 email responses, perhaps supplementary to what Mr. Bromley had to say. A lady wrote, none of us want to move, and most would be deeply sad to lose the plots on which we have laboured, some for many decades. The problem is that many members feel it is impossible to oppose the building of affordable housing in Whitchurch. Well, you've just passed an application for affordable housing in Whitchurch, and I think the allotment holders are taking on themselves our responsibility there. We will do that, but it gives us an understanding of the nature of the people concerned. And I've received, first of all, an email from technical director of the neighbouring factory, which I believe we've received a copy of a letter now. We do not run 24 hours, but we do operate from 6 a.m. until around 6 p.m. with lorries arriving and leaving, and therefore forklifts operating both earlier and later. When the houses beyond the allotments were first built, that's Caesar's Way where most of these people live, we did have occasional complaints about early morning noise from new residents. When you consider that the difference in level between the allotments and our factory units means that forklifts and factories associated noise and lights will be at bedroom window level, the results are predictable. And I informed him that the applicants are going to put a 1.8 metre fence there, and I think the wording was useless. So I'm very concerned that very concerned the new residents will receive that disturbance. I'm also concerned, as this gentleman is, with the future operation of the industrialists. So now I've covered up my notes. Well, the applicant's a very worthy body. It's been a responsible landowner in Whitchurch for about 800 years. You can't say that about many people. I'm not saying they're now being irresponsible, but I know they have a need to realise some capital, but this application isn't right. I also know, as was mentioned, that they have more ambitious plans for their landholding in Whitchurch, which on page 114 you can see that. it's not for me to reveal those plans. If you refuse permission this evening, there's a lot of scope for development that will meet the requirements of the charity while leaving the allotments where they are. I think that should be between the landowners and the neighbourhood planning process for the time being. And we will cast extreme doubt on this council's commitment to the principles of localism if you do that. So please reject this application and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Just press your button for me. Members, any questions for the ward member? No, you were too eloquent. You were too eloquent to elicit questions. Thank you, Keith. Questions to officers? Questions to officers? No?
Yes, we seem to have the same kind of issue we had with the application that came to Razor's Farm, where you're putting, or it's plans to put residential property very near industrial workings, which were quite noisy on last Friday morning, I might add. And a 1.8 metre fence is not a sound attenuation at all. It's the whole concept of putting houses near active industry, and it's just across a short road because it just overlooks the whole of that allotment site. Can I have some assurance that the officers are satisfied that if there are objections from the residents if this thing gets built, that they won't start objecting to the noise coming from industry? It's the tail wagging the dog again. We had this discussion, I'm not going to go through it again, about the issues we had with the Razor's Farm application, but it strikes me as we're committing the same felony.
As set out in the report, the environmental health officers assess the technical information provided and is satisfied with the proposal, subject to conditions regarding the provision of an acoustic 2-metre high acoustic barrier along that eastern boundary, details of which would be secured at the reserved matters stage, and that the recommendations that are proposed in the noise impact assessment that was submitted with the application are adhered to. And should there be any noise complaints thereafter that were considered to be statutory, then that would be dealt with by separate environmental protection legislation.
Just to clarify, are we saying that if the local planning authority allows houses to be built near a noisy industrial site, and then the noise is a nuisance to the residents, action has to be taken against the industrial site? Is that what we're hearing? Because that's what we understand it.
Yes, that is the case. The issue in terms of the planning decision is there enough information with the application that's been submitted to demonstrate or provide comfort, if you like, to the environmental health officer that there is a reasonable prospect that there is a mitigation strategy that can be implemented. The environmental health officer has considered the information with the application, considered the provision of the acoustic fence, and is satisfied that would be the case, particularly given this is at an outline stage and the actual final position of the buildings themselves aren't fixed at this moment in time. Obviously that in itself could have an impact on the noise experienced by future residents as well. So I think there's at this stage the view is that there is enough information supporting the application to say that effectively noise would not be a statutory nuisance. Now it doesn't obviously, and this really picks up on the issues with the Razor's Farm application, doesn't mean that there will never be a change to what's happening on the industrial estate. There could be changes to activities there, and if that was the case, then that would be an issue for the environmental health team to consider under statutory noise nuisance issues. But I don't think the principle could be that we should would be able to refuse planning permission given the evidence that's been submitted with the application and the response from the EHO.
Chris.
Well, just sort of building on that, the next paragraph actually goes on to say the environmental health officer outlined there had been ground noise and vibration complaints. So there's a fact that there already exists a level of a problem, but we've agreed, well, it suggests that we should agree
sort of conditions so that the consultants can bring forward an assessment of that after we've given it planning permission. I would argue we have got a clear case that there is a problem, and we hope to have that report before we can make a decision, because above we talk about the noise and it's speculative will it or won't it, I understand all that argument. Here's an actual condition, here's a situation that we already are aware of, so I would argue we should have something a little bit more concrete to chew over. Thank you.
Paula?
On a not dissimilar point, and while we've got the plan there on the screen, am I correct in my reading of the paper that the land to the north of the site is the subject of an application for further B1, B2, B8 uses, and we have already the land to the east and the land to the south, yes, which is in industrial use. Is that am I reading the plan correctly?
Yes, that's right. There is an existing application in respect of the land to the north, which has currently yet to be determined, and that is for a mix of B1, B2 and B8 uses. Clearly, if there was a decision to approve this current application, then when that came forward for determination, it would need to be considered in accordance and having regard to this one. Clearly, an element of that proposal is for B1 use, so that by its very definition is one that would be compatible with residential. So it is likely that you could develop that site in a way that would have compatible uses with the residential if this were to go ahead.
Marilyn?
Mr. Chairman, I'm really worried about this application. I was worried when I went on site. I just felt everything was very bitty. The fact, and we were told on site about the neighbourhood plan, and we've read about the neighbourhood plan that's going on, and we've been hearing about it from the town council. And what concerns me really a large amount is that I would like very much to turn this down because it's premature, because of the thing, but I have a horrible feeling it wouldn't stand up on appeal. And I'm looking at Mike, and he's got arrows. Thank you. I really am very, very unhappy about this, completely.
It's not dissimilar to Councillor Tucker in my comments and question really, but in regard to the officer's report and the reference to neighbourhood planning, the sentence is used, the production of the Whitchurch neighbourhood plan is still in its infancy, however, and can therefore only be given minimal weight. From what I've heard, I mean, I don't know what the term infancy means really, but it seems to me from what we've heard tonight, there's some substantial history to the plan, some substantial work that's been put in by committed people who, as with me, I think, understood what we thought was going to be the discretion and independence afforded under the Localism Act, but there are so many contradictions in this planning process lately. I mean, we all become fairly dispirited, and we can all describe the possible scenario that goes with this were we to reject this tonight. But it does seem to me that if there is going to be any integrity in neighbourhood planning and independence of communities like Whitchurch to be able to come forward with coherent proposals, they really do, in my view, need support so they're not hijacked at every twist and turn by predatory developers. And if we're going to have any integrity in this process throughout the whole of the borough, I think we've got to try and give support to groups like this who are making good effort to try and come forward with plans which meet the needs of the local population and others, and are based on sound planning principles really in regard to where these sites should be allocated. And if every time developers can come along and say, well, ignore that, you haven't got a 5-year land supply, we can override that, and there's nothing in the NPPF that says we can't. QED, it follows, we're going to slap in this application, and there's nothing you can do about it, then it makes a mockery, it seems to me, of the planning application process. And I think this is something that we've got to resist as long as we can within every effort that we make on this. And I just think this is an opportunity again for a developer that I resist, and I'd want to see this application rejected.
Dan.
I just want to entirely agree with Councillor Potter. I'm deeply concerned about an application that tries to leapfrog the good people of Whitchurch, who have clearly got a far more advanced neighbourhood plan than we were led to believe in our report. And I believe also that the admissibility of a neighbourhood plan as a material consideration increases according to how advanced it is. I've had some correspondence with the planning minister about this, and I believe that certainly the Whitchurch neighbourhood plan appears to be advanced enough to, I believe, be a material consideration. And I would really, I think there are other reasons for turning this down as well, but for me that would be the number one reason. I think it is premature, and I think we can hold that one.
Do I detect somebody who's about to make some sort of proposal or not? Officers will just respond on prematurity.
Thank you, Chair. I do entirely understand the issues about the sort of concern, if you like, that clear effort is being put towards bringing forward the neighbourhood plan, and that ideally it would follow that the local plan would be in place, the neighbourhood plan would follow after that, and then applications would follow after that. Unfortunately, we're not in that position because of the position of the local plan and housing supply. In terms of trying to assist the committee with regards to whether prematurity would or would not be possible to substantiate that in an appeal situation, and picking up on the point that Councillor Potter raised about what is the definition of when something is at its infancy, if you like. The National Planning Practice Guidance sets out some wording, if you like, which I'll read verbatim just because I think it's necessary in this instance, as to when prematurity may or may not be sort of considered relevant. It does say that it will be effectively in exceptional circumstances, but not exclusively limited to situations where both the following. The development proposed is so substantial its cumulative effect would be so significant that to grant permission would undermine the plan-making process by predetermining decisions about the scale, location or phasing of new development that are essential to an emerging local plan or neighbourhood planning, and the emerging plan is at an advanced stage but is not yet formally part of the development plan for the area. Second paragraph after that says refusal of planning permission on grounds of prematurity will seldom be justified where a draft local plan has yet to be submitted for examination, or in the case of a neighbourhood plan before the end of the local planning authority publicity period. So I think the guidance from the government in that sense is relatively clear, and I don't think a reason for refusal on prematurity could be substantiated, particularly in this instance, given that it is a site within the assessment policy boundary of the existing development plan. That is the first point of call for consideration under this current planning application. As I say, I entirely understand the arguments as to why, in theory, it should wait until after the neighbourhood planning is taken place, but at this moment in time, development needs to be considered against the development plan or other material considerations. The development plan has the site within the assessment policy boundary, and I think that would effectively make a prematurity argument or reason for refusal extremely difficult to substantiate an appeal.
Any other questions or discussion?
Well, I share the concerns that other members have raised about the neighbourhood plan. I'm also concerned about the impact of the current and future surrounding industrial sites, and I'm concerned about moving the allotments, because moving from a site which has been in allotment use for a long period of time and has built up good fertility in the soil to one that certainly from the report reads as though it's on a bleak and barren hillside, it is no compensation, and I'm really unhappy about this.
I'm sitting waiting for somebody to make any sort of proposal here. Yes, John, have a go.
Against.
You can't say that. You've got to say I propose something.
I'm just simply not prepared to roll over on this one. I think perhaps we need to just make a stand and give a message to the planning authority, to the inspectorate, that it really means a lot to us that our communities are preparing neighbourhood plans in line with what they've been told, in line with the government's localism thrust. And I just really don't feel I want to establish a precedent by just saying, oh, we can't possibly allow the prematurity to stand. I think we should refuse it on those grounds and other grounds. And I'm hoping my technical friends, like my sewage expert over here and some others, might be able to add into it. I understand you know all about this, Councillor Potter. And also the juxtaposition with the industrial site. I would certainly be prepared to say premature, and I will risk it because I just think it is so important. And if a planning inspector is listening to this, it is important, whatever he is, and it means a lot to us in Basingstoke that we allow our communities to make a decision for themselves.
Mike. Sorry, we don't really like applause and boos and hisses because somebody may something you don't like to hear. Mike.
Yes, in addition to all that, I think that the point that Chris raised about already that there have been complaints about the noise from the industrial estate. How can we sort of dismiss that as being ineffective in terms of this planning application, when these houses are going to be a lot closer?
Is somebody going to move something somewhere? You're going to move something, are you? Refusal. That's moved by and seconded. And reasons for refusal? There's the evidence of existing noise nuisance on adjacent premises. There's the proposed new allotments are not a satisfactory site, which are in any sense a respectable or reasonable replacement for the existing ones. Is that what I was hearing? I'm paraphrasing as well as I can here. And the fact, the interesting thing to me about the prematurity issue, and this is a really wretched question, isn't it? But we're in a sort of cumulative position here where the local plan is out for hopefully its final consultation. The town council and local residents through their neighbourhood plan initiative have already accepted, it seems to me, the relevant elements of the local plan, expecting it to go through, and have embarked on neighbourhood planning and are well on the path of neighbourhood planning in consultation with landowners and so forth. And the cumulative effect of that is if you then say to them, that doesn't matter, this is a valid planning application, even though it doesn't fit your neighbourhood plan thinking, it doesn't matter, seems to me to totally undermine, and I know those of us who are involved in neighbourhood planning, and I'm involved in several such activities, know how damn difficult it is to get people behind these things and to get buy-in and to get enthusiasts and also gather the expertise and the moral strength to proceed with such things. And it seems to me that although I take entirely what officers are saying in quoting what the rules and regulations say and the guidance, it is guidance, it's not law, but in quoting the guidance, fine, but circumstances alter cases, and this is a particular case, and I believe in this case there's in a sense, a moral responsibility to support the neighbourhood plan process and our local plan process, and belated though it is, collectively as being interpreted by these residents and their democratic representatives. So it seems to me that there is a case there which has to be made. Is that what I'm hearing? Anything else? Yeah, officers.
Thanks, Jay. No, we wasn't saying it wasn't another go. Not going to suggest otherwise in terms of the issues about prematurity. You've heard the advice on that and understand the committee may take a different view. It was just on the issues of the other two parts, if you like, the allotment provision and the noise. Again, I understand the points being raised. However, when we get to an appeal, we will be asked, well, could the reasons for refusal have been overcome by condition? We had this issue at Razors Farm, and I think on both counts, given the advice received from the technical elements of the environmental health team on noise, and on the issue of the fact that the allotments could be re-provided with suitable conditions to require details such as the soil improvements, so on and so forth. I think they would be two very difficult reasons for refusal to defend again, and I think we would be looking for effectively some evidence to support those reasons for refusal. So I'll just make those points. Again, if you were refusing as well, we would need to include a reason for refusal about the absence of a section 106 at this time, which is a normal position on these cases.
I'd just like to go back to the issue about the prior complaints about noise, because those were issues of vibration, ground vibration. At any point in the consideration of those existing complaints, was it proposed they could be solved by a 1.8 metre fence? Because if not, then I think there is a case for saying that that we don't have any information about a condition that would mitigate that noise and disturbance.
The issue members are concerned about here is not that you could have a condition, it's whether you could have a condition that has any chance of having any merit. So if you're giving planning permission, you are giving planning permission, and you have a condition that says there should be mitigation against a known problem. The question is, are we aware of any conceivable mitigation that would mitigate against this known problem? And I think that's members' concern, that the mitigation of a known existing problem, exacerbated in this case by the placement and depth and height of the application, suggests that there isn't any clear way of mitigating against this particular nuisance, the noise and industrial light and so forth, and potentially ground vibration, etc. That's the concern. Not that there could be a condition. It's the belief factor of whether there could be a condition that might work. And the question to officers, I suppose, is if you have a condition which turns out not to work, but you've already given planning permission, what then happens?
Well, the issue would be, say, if there's a situation which changes, or effectively there would still be the rule that a statutory noise nuisance could be raised. But again, it goes back to the issue that at this time, with the information submitted with the application, the environmental health officer is satisfied that that can be mitigated. I do appreciate that there's reservations about that, but that is the view of the EHO.
I guess. If members, it does appear to me members are inclined to vote against this. If members are voting against it, it would be for those locally who believe that it's a mistake to provide their own evidence that there is a real problem which cannot be mitigated against, which would support the council's case if the council had to go to appeal on this because it all happened and something went wrong with the local plan and something went wrong with the neighbourhood plan. The reason why officers, just so for those who are here listening patiently to us, the reason why officers are so absolutely rightly keen to make sure that members fully understand the potential downside of this, because we are losing appeals and that's costing us, our taxpayers, our residents, money, and it means we've got planning is out of control. Officers are quite rightly telling members the issues that would undermine our case at appeal. And one of the problems we have is that when everybody comes along to a meeting and tells us why it shouldn't happen, it's then left to officers in the council to fight the case and to brief learned counsel or whatever it takes and everybody else has moved on. You know, the members have moved on, and the local objectors have moved on, thinking it's no longer our problem. So if members do vote against this and come up with reasons which officers are advising against, and quite rightly advising against, then there is a real requirement that everyone gets their act together and says, okay, let's prove that they're right.
I just wanted to add, if I could, from what I said before. I mean, I'm well aware of my sort of schizophrenic approach in regard to the local plan, which could come back and haunt me, but and also in regard to all of the issues around prematurity. And as I said a while ago, we've been in broadly similar positions to this on other applications, and the advice from officers is always adequate and always coherent and reminds us of our responsibilities and the difficult road that lays ahead. I think the difference in this one perhaps is, and I think Councillor Taylor said it, I mean, if it isn't a material consideration, quite frankly it ought to be in regard to this more advanced stage of neighbourhood planning. And if we do mean what we say about encouraging people to get on with that work and to make sure that it fits into all of the other stuff around settlement boundary plans, the way it fits into the local plan, even when it's actually agreed, you know, for the borough council. If we're going to encourage people to do that, then I think we've got to encourage and sustain them in those efforts. And this is one of the examples where I think we really, it won't be a planning condition per se, but I mean, we've got to put in a very strong representation about the way that we've come to our conclusion if we do that tonight, and the backcloth to this. And I think, you know, all the things that we've been saying about supporting the integrity of neighbourhood planning and valuing that work that's done, and we're not prepared for that to consistently be undermined by predatory development applications. And that's the position I think that we're likely to achieve tonight, and well, I hope we do anyway, Chairman.
It's been moved and seconded for refusal. Those in favour of refusal? It's refused. Officers?
The application has been refused on the grounds of prematurity ahead of the neighbourhood plan, noise impacts, the replacement allotment site being unsatisfactory, and lack of completion of Section 106 agreement.
Chair, if I could just to clarify on the noise issue, it was just in terms of whether it is simply the impact of the existing industrial units on the new residents, i.e. that effectively the residential development is incompatible from that direction, or is it that and the subsequent impact on economic viability of the industrial estate? So it is both, just to be clear.
Very much so.
So, and it was vibration, noise and vibration. There were two specific references. Yeah.
Could we just change the way we express it slightly? Because if we just simply say on the grounds of prematurity, that sounds terribly weak. Can we not say that the neighbourhood plan is at an advanced stage and is therefore a material consideration, so that they know that we've...
And is implementing policies expressed in the draft local plan is the key thing.
I just want to mention this business about vibration again. I noticed that under condition 30 in the officer's report here, I can't help feeling that that is a potential showstopper. Why don't we get these reports about these vibrations as called for before reserved matters? Then we might have been saving ourselves an awful lot of time and energy this evening. It's so important because they don't know whether it's going to break the standard set out in BS 6472-1, which is being called for before, and the wording gets me, prior to the commencement of the development. Could somebody tell me what that means? We're starting the commencement of the development with this meeting. And yet we get a condition with that wording in the report.
Chair, commencement of development means effectively the start of digging, the actual physical implementation of the planning permission on site. So prior to anything happening on site, so the condition effectively protects the council's position in that way. It needs to have this satisfactory information submitted up front. Granting planning permission in itself, subject to conditions, is an entirely normal process. It's the point at which, as explained earlier, whether the council is satisfied or comfortable enough that there is a solution that could be created. If the answer is yes, a condition can be imposed. If the answer is no, then quite rightly you refuse the planning application. But the condition itself, or the way that's worded, is entirely sound.
Chair, I don't want to get into a debate with Mike, but that tells me it's not before the turf is cut, it's before the reserved matters come before this committee. Please, am I right in that assumption? It's not before the work starts on the ground, it's when reserved matters come before this committee for determination. The result of that study called for and condition 30 has been completed and put before us.
No, it wouldn't necessarily be the case that it would be before the committee. It would be, the conditions work on the basis of being before development commences. If there is a specific requirement that the committee would wish to see, having approved an outline application, for example, in the reserved matters, or they wish the reserved matters itself to come before the committee again, that can be done. But that's the vehicle for that isn't the planning conditions. The vehicle for that would be in the minutes of the meeting saying the subsequent reserved matters application should also be considered by the committee.
The point that I was making earlier is it's whether it's believed that a condition creates a feasible outcome. Is there a condition that could create, and if there is a condition that could create a feasible outcome, condition is fine. But you have to have the credibility, in my view, and I think that's what we're saying in our objections, is we're not convinced that there might be a condition, and therefore, if that's the case, you have to test that before you give outline permission. Is the line that I think we're taking. Now, whether that's being upheld by anybody, goodness only knows. But it should be. Anything else? We're happy with that? Okay, it's refused on the basis of what the officer said, as embellished by our subsequent commentary, which actually just enriches the point about the relationship between the neighbourhood plan process and the local plan process and its cross-fertilisation thereof. Thank you very much, and thank you all those who came to listen to that. Sorry it's taken so long and it started so late. We move on to item 4 on the agenda, the Bramley Inn. I have Mr. Howells to speak. I don't think I've got anybody else. If anybody else is here thinking they're going to speak, please let the officers know. And I'm very sorry that the more attractive members of the attendees are now leaving us. And were hiding so well, and how good that they were so incredibly well behaved. They can come to my church anytime they like. Right, if you just wait there a moment, sir, we're going to ask officers to present their report and then we'll invite you to speak.
Thank you, Chair. The proposal is for the erection of one 4-bedroom dwelling with associated hard surfacing, boundary treatments and landscaping, and the creation of a new vehicle access. With regards to the update paper, Thames Water have no comments to make on the flood risk assessment. The application is recommended for approval, subject to the applicant entering into a legal agreement and subject to the conditions listed in the report.
You have 4 minutes, sir.
My name is David Howells and I'm the planning consultant acting on behalf of the Wellington Pub Company. This application was submitted to Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council proposing the erection of a dwelling on the land to the rear of Bramley Inn Public House. The proposed scheme, as you have heard, is for the erection of one 4-bedroom dwelling with a new vehicle access from OPME, new boundary treatments and landscaping will also be incorporated into the scheme. The housing type and size will provide a good opportunity for a local borough, especially as the dwelling has been designed to promote high quality design through sustainable development and construction methods. The officer's report outlines the key planning considerations for this application and reasons for recommending approval for this proposal and how it complies with the NPPF and the relevant policies of the local plan. The reasons for approval include the development would respect the character of the surrounding area, the development would not cause an adverse impact in respect to highway considerations, and the development would not have an adverse impact on the neighbouring properties. A pre-application inquiry was originally made in 2013. Prior to the submission of this application, some revisions were made in light of the pre-app response. During the application process, there have been some discussions resulting in some minor amendments to the scheme and additional information being provided. This has enabled the officer to formulate their recommendation. There have been no objections from the constituents following the amendments that have been made provided to the council. The officer's report makes reference to concerns raised by neighbours, and that there are 6 letters received, and this is part of the reason why the application has been brought before you today. The majority of the concerns raised are in relation to the scheme, to the impact the scheme would have on the highway, and that's mainly through parking and traffic concerns. The Highways Officer had made comments relating to some of these points in their initial consultation response, which resulted in the appropriate amendments being made to the scheme. The Highways Officer has no objection following these amendments. It was stated in the Officer's report that the Highways Officer had confirmed that the revised access arrangements onto Oakmead were acceptable in light of the minor amendments. The plan was to confirm that development would not impact on the viability of the public house, and that there would be sufficient trade garden remaining for the use of the pub, and there would be no reduction in parking for the pub. In fact, I think there's an actual increase in 1 parking space. A flood risk statement has been produced for the application, providing details which addresses the advice within the NPPF. The Council's Drainage Officer has not raised any objection to development from the information provided. There would be no impact on the neighbouring dwellings, and the scheme would comply with all the policies of the Basingstoke and Dean local plan, as well as the NPPF. I therefore ask you to agree with the Officer's recommendation and approve this application. Thank you for your time.
3 minutes. Questions to the applicant's advisor? No? I have one. There's been some issues raised about the problem of construction traffic appearing down the narrow road which is used for parking, and the solution proposed is that parking be stopped, prevented during the construction period so the traffic could get through, because the advice from the officer was that with parking on that road it's too narrow for construction traffic to approach. The question raised was why the construction traffic had to go that way. Couldn't it come across the land owned by the applicant? Why can't it go across the land owned by the applicant?
I think the officer's actually attached a condition for a construction management plan to be provided prior to the implementation of works to establish what the best way of constructing the site is. I think it also comes down to, and I can't speak on behalf of my client as to whether or not they'll be carrying out the works themselves or whether it will be put to a local developer, and therefore the size of the construction vehicle, whether it's just a local van sort of type situation, whether it's bigger vehicles, I can't comment on that, and I think that's why the officers opted for the construction condition or management plan condition to be attached, so it can be formally agreed prior to any works taking place.
We were informed that it could only go up the little road. Just for information, since you're obviously not aware of it, the construction will require several trips by lorries delivering concrete, and they are quite big, and they certainly would have to clear that road. And the issue is, we were told that the applicant had refused permission for the construction vehicles to cross the applicant's land, and if that's not the case, that's not the case, but that's why we were told the approach would be along the narrow road. And as you're here to represent the applicant, you have to answer the question, I'm afraid. You can say, I don't know whether the applicant agrees or not, but you're here on his behalf.
If that's the discussions that are going on in Section 106, that's going through the legal side on behalf of the applicant. I don't know the exact answer as to what has formally been agreed on that, but I am aware there is a condition on there for it to be finalised. That's all I can answer on that matter at this stage.
So this is nothing to do with Section 106, this is to do with construction method. That's not Section 106. This is to do with access to the site for the construction process. that would be agreed, as we would expect that to be part of the application. And we're told it is part of the application. We're told that the application asks that it be put down a narrow road, which is legitimately used for parking, and those legitimately using it for parking wouldn't be allowed to park there. I mean, if you don't know the answer and you can't answer, if you can't speak for the applicant and say, yes, it could come across the applicant's land, or you don't know why it couldn't come across the applicant's land, that's fine. You're not expected to know everything, but you are here speaking for the applicant.
I will go then, I can't answer that question.
If I may, Chair, just made the observation, I mean, for a single dwelling, I mean, it's always tempting to say we know what type of lorries and the like will be used to bring the materials in, but I mean, for example, you don't necessarily have to be talking about ready-mixed concrete being brought in that form. It can be mixed on site for foundations, and when it comes to roof trusses and the like, again, smaller vehicles are appropriate for a single dwelling. I mean, we make assumptions of the sort of vehicles that we normally see in large-scale developments might not apply in this case for a single dwelling. And I would have thought whoever the developer is would have, well, I hope would have some regard to that in regard to the agreement that's made.
Well, I'm inclined, having nobody wants to say anything, but ask. Thank you, sir. I think you're not going to get any more questions. Sorry to put you under some pressure there, but it was raised as an important issue for the local residents. I'm inclined to suggest that if members are minded to approve this application, that we stipulate that the local minor road should not be blocked in order to allow construction traffic. Because I can't see any good reason why it should, if there's a good access across there, or if it can be done, as David says, in another way. I wait with bated breath to see that, but or if it could come through another access anyway. Any questions for officers?
So, just as the ward member, when you might let me speak, before or after?
I beg your pardon, yes, no, by all means, you can speak after the questions to officers or before, it's up to you.
Well, let me say it now. Basically, it's very straightforward. I mean, this application has changed from 4 flats to a single dwelling. That's actually seen as an improvement. The pub is going to not lose parking spaces. It's going to have a smaller garden. Don't really see an issue. But Bramley has a parking problem. We have various parking enforcement there are experiments going on at the moment. The railway station parking is an issue, and they will park down that road. Now, if we didn't ask for a condition or solve this problem of, I can't understand why we cannot go through the pub car park, because most deliveries would happen when no one's at the pub. I don't think people would start with, I don't think the pub opens that early. And it seems quite logical we could ask for that, because if we move this parking to elsewhere in Bramley during the period of construction, it will be not very clever, unless the publican will give up some of his car parking spaces as an alternative, which he might do. In other words, the cars that were parked down that road are allowed to park in the pub all day. I mean, there are a number of options, but basically in terms of the development, I don't oppose it, but I think the conditions, and I welcome the condition that the pub car parking spaces are put in first. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't ask you to speak earlier. So, questions to officers? Paula and Mike.
It was on that point about the pub rearrangement of pub car parking spaces. As those are going on land which is outside the red line, are we confident that condition 17 is absolute and perfectly enforceable?
Yes, it's land within the sort of blue line, which is land within the applicant's control, and therefore there's certainty that we could enforce that condition.
But having received planning consents, the applicant may sell the plot. It may not stay in the same ownership.
Yeah, I think the issue is that the planning application, the test for whether a condition could be imposed in the first place is met by the fact that it is within the ownership. So we've got at this point in time, certainty over that. If it was sold in future, the planning permission would still be stipulating that it's a requirement for it to be provided in that way. So effectively, if a new owner came along, they would be subject to that same planning condition. But the sort of test of reasonableness as to whether we can impose it in the first place is met by the fact that at this moment in time, when the planning decision is made, the ownership is in the same control.
I just wanted to say I wanted to support the local member because having represented Bramley in the past, I know just what the problems they have there with regard to traffic. And bearing in mind just along the road there is the level crossing, which is a complete nightmare for Bramley, because it's forever being closed and it's a complete barrier. But anyway, I want to support the local member.
Can I just understand then what the implications of that are in terms of any conditions you would like to see implied, or what condition in here creates or solves the problem that you're raising?
If you're talking to me, yes, all I can say is I don't think anything is going to work very successfully there, which isn't very helpful at all. But if the local member...
David?
Well, actually, it was to follow on from Councillor Potter. 25 years ago, I built my own house for subcontractor. I've never seen so much earth come out in my life from the footings alone. I think they're a good metre deep and a metre across, or whatever they are across. That's one hell of a lot of soil comes out of there, and the builders, all they want to do is get rid of it as soon as they can, because it costs money. So I'm in agreement with either they give up the parking to allow parking in the pub, or it goes through the pub car park.
Any other points? Do you want to come back? No?
Well, no, I mean, that's exactly the point. And can that be a condition? I suppose that's the question.
I mean, my concern actually is the feasibility of this idea of taking all the cars out of Oakmead, because you can't predict when lorries are going to turn up, and the lorries got to go somewhere when they turn up. And so you either have to take the cars out of Oakmead while any period when lorries might arrive, and they've got to go somewhere, and you could say that the publican will be kind enough to put them in his car park, but you know, whether there's a condition you could write that causes that is another question, because it's not been negotiated so far, has it? That's my concern about the parking in Oakmead and the use of Oakmead as the route into the site. So I just can't see it working where people are asked, oh, don't park here tomorrow, and then the truck arrives on, don't park here on Thursday morning, but the truck arrives at 3 o'clock on Thursday afternoon. It just doesn't seem to, knowing that site, I haven't been to the site visit, but I know where we're talking about. It's a narrow road.
So does that mean the only way forward is to move for refusal to put it right? But sorry, let Mike speak. Is that right?
We come back to officers now, having listened to that.
Thank you. I think the maximum in effect that we could do is impose condition number 5 as listed, which is the construction method statement. I don't think that could go as far as saying there should only be access through the pub. But what it does do is effectively, in the same way as all developments, it provides for details to secure aspects such as the 10 points listed, but in particular land allocated for use by vehicles for loading and unloading of plant and materials. Again, the construction method statement requires it to be provided. We'll always find that there might be a van which turns up and doesn't use that. We can't always enforce that at every single point during the development, but it is a development that will go on for a limited period of time. Yes, there probably will be some disturbance, but this condition effectively limits that as far as possible. So I don't think it could go necessarily any further than that.
Tunneling, fracking, bit of fracking. Yes, I was thinking about this. The thing that really concerned me was in discussion with officers prior to the meeting. I picked up the thing about construction on page 120 in the fourth paragraph down. And there is an assumption that Oakmead could be used for construction access, and the assumption would be that nobody could park their cars there while that's happening. And I just feel that if there's any way of avoiding that, that's an imposition on residents, which, you know, is totally unfair. It's not, you know, we all problems, if somebody's building next door, there's always problems, but that is an extreme problem, and it does seem to me there ought to be an alternative solution. That's the only reason I was making an issue of it. I don't think it's grounds for refusing the application at all. But an informative would be appropriate. So am I hearing sort of David?
You ask a question, because I mean, you know, hearing what people are saying about the limitations of Oakmead, I understand that only too well. I mean, you can anticipate, you know, contrary to what I said, some large delivery vehicle being stuck and not able to get around parked cars, and that's going to create chaos, obviously. But even coming through the pub car park is going to be potentially difficult and dangerous at certain times of the day. Are we able, because in terms of the way the pub operates, I mean, and local council know far more about this than I, but sorry, can I rephrase that? But from a distance would know far more about the way the pub operates. But would it be possible for us to say that all deliveries and stuff coming out of the site has to be done by a particular time in the day? Because I mean, my guess would be it's sort of midday onwards that car park becomes occupied by the users of the pub, where the potential conflict applies. Are we able to have a condition that says it shall be before midday that the deliveries to the site are made? I mean, it would seem to me that's a reasonable way of making sure there isn't a health and safety issue and others snarl up in the traffic flow, really.
And I have a feeling that the answer to that is in the request for a construction method, and if we apply a suitable informative to that, the key thing being to avoid making complete nonsense of the local road. And I think that's the best we can do. Is everybody happy with that? Somebody going to move approval? I move it from the chair. Moved it from the chair just then. Paul seconded it. Those in favour? It's approved. Fine.
Can I just make the point that surely the refuse vehicle has to get through there, and if people have deliveries from, as my friend here says, Sainsbury's or something, or if the fire engine has to get through, I mean, vehicles have to get through, don't they? I mean, otherwise the police will be moving them on. So I just agree. I'm sure it must be possible, although not ideal. Anyway, that's it.
We just want to confirm, officers, please.
The application was approved subject to the conditions set out in the report, together with the 2 additional informatives regarding time and consider going through the public house land.
Thank you. And move to item 5. And I have Councillor Shaw at some stage to speak, and I have Mr. Nardi to speak, if Mr. Nardi would like to come forward. Mr. Nardi here? Yes? If you'd like to just sit there for a moment, sir. We'll ask officers to present the report.
Thank you, Chair. The proposal is for the change of use from a house of multiple occupation to two-bedroom flats, the demolition of a chimney, installation of windows and side elevation, and alterations to existing windows and doors. There are no updates to report within the update paper, and the application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions listed in the main report. Thank you.
Thank you. If you press your large black button, sir, in front of you, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity to address the committee. This application touches upon a number of issues. However, the primary concerns appear to revolve around parking and the loss of single bedroom units. From the report, you will be aware that the change of use from dwellings to HMOs was granted in 1995 for both 22 and paired 24 Worthing Road. They were and still are in the same ownership. However, only number 24 was converted, whilst 22 remained a single dwelling unit. A condition of the HMO conversion was that 5 parking spaces were to be provided. In my opinion, it is not possible to provide 5 adequate parking spaces. 4 have successfully been implemented, although in 2 tandem pairs. In my view, this form of parking is generally unacceptable. It relies on different occupiers with different cars ensuring their vehicle can be extricated. Number 24 caters for 7 occupants with shared facilities. In reality, these 7 could apply for a parking permit and separate visitors permit. If we were applying for this 7-occupant HMO, I could understand the concern. This proposal, however, is a reduction in occupancy and therefore parking. It would comprise 2 units which could each apply for a parking and visitors permit, a reduction therefore from 7 of each permit to 2. Parking in the surrounding area is managed and controlled. In my opinion, it is an unfair assumption that single persons occupying a room in an HMO would have a vehicle. It is equally unacceptable to assume that a 2-bedroom flat would have 2 cars. The committee would have had these arguments before. People who choose to live in this type of area usually do so with full knowledge of parking restrictions. They often choose to live there because all of the facilities are close and a car can become unnecessary. We must not assume that everybody drives and everybody has a car. This location is on a number of major bus routes. It is within walking distance of the bus and train stations. It is on circle routes. It is therefore in a sustainable location. The proposal intends to eliminate the tandem parking and restore the Garden of 24 to its original status as amenity space. It is also intended to provide 2 off-street parking spaces to number 22. These spaces will be of adequate size and readily accessible. Clearly, these properties were built when cars were not a consideration. Historically, the OS map indicates a single garage at number 22. It is afforded access due to its position to the adjoining right-angled position of Rady Road. The objector lives in a house opposite with no on-site parking provision. He expects to park a minimum of 2 cars outside adjacent to this application on the opposite side of the road. In the course of just over 2 years, I have been agent for 4 applications nearby in Merton Road, changing occupancy of HMOs to flats. All are granted approval.
I have just under a minute.
Thank you. All are granted approval, and in total they would provide 23 one-bedroom flats and 1 two-bedroom flat. It is my opinion, therefore, unjustified to object to the insufficiency of one-bedroom units in the area. In conclusion, after several discussions with the highway officer, an acceptable solution has been found. The amenity space is to be restored to number 24. The conservation officer has no objections. Environmental health is stated. The internal layout is good. Parking demand is in fact reduced according to the required standards. Single person accommodation is adequately catered for as demonstrated by many recent applications, and I respectfully request the committee approves the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions for the applicant? No, thank you so very much. I think I have Councillor Shaw. You have for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman. Speaking in opposition to this application for on 3 grounds, really. The first is the issue of amenity space that has been briefly mentioned just now. And although there is obviously amenity space with the application, it's very limited in size, and one of the things that is not drawn out by the officer report, of course, is the deficiency in parks provision within the Brookvale and King's Furlong ward, and I hope that you will consider that is grounds for refusal on the grounds of lack of amenity space. Second reason for my objection is in terms of the loss of single person accommodation, and there's reference in the report to policy D4 of the existing adopted local plan, and I think I'll just quote from 1.47 of that particular beneath that particular policy, and that makes clear, it talks about conversion of properties from a greater to a lesser number of units. and it explains that where planning permission is required, it will be resisted in accordance with the council's aim to retain and provide small units of accommodation. And I use the phrase, and I draw your particular attention to the reference specifically within the existing local plan to units, because there is actually in this instance a reduction in units from the existing 7 to effectively 2 bed units. So that would be my second grounds for objecting to this application. And the third ground is the issue of parking, because in practice, as you'll see from the report, there's no parking provision proposed with this specific application, although there would be 2 in the neighbouring property. That means that there is no change in the parking provision across the 2 dwellings. Nil parking provision with the application, 2 spaces on the neighbouring property. And my concern is that in practice there will be an increase in parking demand as a result of this application, because in practice there have been no parking permits issued in connection with this specific dwelling. There are no parking permits issued with this particular dwelling presently. And I think it's a reasonable assumption to make that its conversion to a two-bedroom dwelling with potentially, the applicants either paying higher rent or perhaps purchasing the property outright, more likely in practice to actually have vehicles, and therefore, given that there is no parking provision within the curtilage of the dwelling, therefore to make a demand on an existing severely congested area where, although there is a parking permit scheme, there is severe pressure on parking spaces. So 3 grounds that I hope you will agree will merit refusal: the grounds of parking, loss of single person units, and inadequate provision for amenity space. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the member? No? Thank you very much. Questions for officers? Discussion? It's moved and seconded for approval. Those in favour of approval? Against? It's approved.
The application is approved, subject to the conditions listed in the report.
Move on to item 6. St Mary Bourne. I have Mr. Burleson and Mr. McGill. If you're here, could you come forward? You've got 4 minutes between you. We'll just wait for a moment while officers present their report.
Thank you, Chair. The proposal is for the erection of a 4-bedroom dwelling and a single garage with log store following the demolition of the existing bungalow. Members had the benefit of a site visit, visited the application site as well as the adjoining neighbouring properties to the northwest. In terms of an update, the committee report explains that Southern Water has advised that the council's building control team should be asked to comment on the adequacy of soakaways to dispose of surface water from the proposed development. The proposed development has been discussed with the council's building control team and have advised that the disposal of surface water, including soakaways, would be considered as part of the building regulations. The application is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions listed in the report.
You have 4 minutes between you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good evening, members and chairman. I've been asked to act as representative for all the objectors. First and foremost, this has always been about process, not personality. We respect the views of the occupants and of the parish council in Basingstoke and Dean. Furthermore, we support an incremental rise in both population and appropriate development to sustain our dynamic community in line with the St Mary Bourne neighbourhood plan. However, we do wish to raise objections for this proposal. St Maryborn Parish Council rejected the initial plan on the 22nd of October due to, quote, the potential for overbearing on the objectors' dwellings because of the sunken setting of these dwellings. The application was withdrawn in November 2013 following officers' advice that the proposals would be recommended for refusal due to the scale and height of the proposed extension and the Conservation Officer's concerns regarding the size and design of the development and its impact on the conservation area. The new application states that the dwelling is situated 1.5 metres further back from the neighbouring cottages, but it fails to mention the increase in height from the first application, from 2.5 metres above the existing bungalow to 2.7, giving a total height now of 7.6 metres. This is exacerbated by the fact that the cottages are sunken and below garden level, thus overbearing and overshadowing. The plan also includes two intrusive Velux roof lights, which overlook the cottages, even though the plan attempts to mitigate this by stating that the sight lines from the roof lights are only upwards. This is assuming, of course, that all incumbents are 1.8 metres in height. The proposal now includes, and that's very important that this second proposal now includes, an overbearing 4 metre high separate garage situated forward of the main dwelling and indeed on the boundary of said neighbouring cottages. So how can it be that this is more acceptable as a design for approval? It is higher and larger. St Maryborn, whilst in an area of outstanding beauty, is also within a critical drainage area. The council drainage officer stated there is no principal objection to the proposal. The building control team, I think as you just mentioned, have stated that surface water measures would need to be considered. We definitely agree that the building control team and request that they view the recent significant internal flood damage to both my property, Langley, and to Mr McGill's property, the house, which of course are neighbouring properties to Landcress. We note the landscape officer states there is no harm to the street scene. However, we disagree to the street scene, as due to the increase in size, it will be prominently visible from the road adjacent to Jubilee Villas and the vicarage, as well as between Hillview Cottages and Langley. The St Maryborn Parish Plan 2005 and the Village Statement of 2005 and indeed the newly draft 2014 plan being vehemently put together in St Maryborn all state the visual impact of any dwelling with respect to sight lines from the road and footpaths to be a key asset to be protected. We request the committee now review what indeed has changed, as it's clear the property is now larger and higher than the original bungalow and indeed the first planning proposal. There's also additional Velux windows and a separate 4 metre high garage. I'm sure you all agree in conclusion the sunken setting of the neighbouring cottages has been the only constant. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. If you just press your big black button again, do members have any questions for these speakers? No? Thank you both very much. We have Mr. Bunting to speak, please. If you press the large black button, you have 4 minutes.
Chairman and councillors, good evening. Any issues surrounding planning can be a sensitive issue and any development can seem inappropriate to neighbours. Gilly, my wife, and I are very sensitive to these issues and it is our intention to live in St Maryborn for the longer term. I would like to just give you some history on the background and the way we have approached this planning application. We, back in September, visited all of the resident neighbours
including the gentleman who has just spoken, Mr. Burleson. And the first application did result in comments from the Conservation Officer and comments from the Parish Council regarding the bulk of the property, and we decided to withdraw that application. We listened and have used the intervening time to redesign the property and come up with something that we hoped would be more acceptable to all parties. We have been through a pre-application procedure with the Conservation Officer and the Case Officer. Our second application has resulted in a more favourable report and support from the Case Officer. The Parish Council have also supported our application. Regarding the objections, I have read and reread all of them, and Gilly, my wife, and I are acutely aware of the issues which concern our neighbours. Some of these don't relate to planning issues, and those that do, we feel, have been dealt with by the Case Officer in the report. There are 7 reasons for approval by the Case Officer which are clear, and you do not need me to reiterate these at this meeting. There is only one factual error in the report, and that is the fact that the applicant runs a catering company. That is in fact run by my wife, and it is not a catering company. She does some ready-cooked meals and freezer cooking for residents of St Marybourne. Thank you very much.
You just press the black button again. Members, any questions for the applicant? No, thank you very much, Mr Bunting. I'm the ward councillor. I have no particular view on this. I was there for the site meeting. Representative of the parish council appeared and was available to members and confirmed that there's no objection from the parish council. I don't have a view myself. Generally speaking, having 6 parishes in the ward, I leave it to the parish councils to speak on behalf of the community, unless I see some overriding community interest, which isn't there in this case. Questions of officers?
On the site visit, Chair, it was very evident, the picture up there describes it. I'm just a little curious why, when you look at the plans and envisage what the proposal is asking to provide, that they don't consider this an additional bulk, if you will, on the views from the properties that run along the main street, looking back over the AOMB, that they don't consider it overbearing. And the roof line goes up quite a considerable way. The views actually differ depending on which one of those cottages, gardens you go into. And it's the addition of the garage and the log store, I believe it, the extension's the log store, but the garage, it does look as if it's going to be very much overbearing in terms of that visual aspect. Can I ask why you didn't, you seem to consider that acceptable in that particular location?
Well, the case officers obviously visited the site, made an assessment based on experience and judgment. In this particular case, have considered that the impact, yes, there will be a change to the view of those residents from those properties fronting the site. It would be different to the one they currently experience, but we've not considered that it would be to such a degree that would be harmful in terms of overbearing and overshadowing. And hence the reason for our recommendation for approval.
Thank you. You're right. It's a subjective kind of thing, and I prefer to hear if there are any more comments from the committee before I actually decide which way I'll go on this one.
Any other questions to officers? Discussion? David?
I mean, I understand obviously the commentary from those who are objecting, and we had the benefit of obviously looking at the setting in regard to the rear gardens of those properties, and obviously it goes without saying we are talking about a new building. It's going to have a substantially higher ridge line, but from what I could see, and particularly because of the conifer hedge, I think, which was between, you know, the properties in the main street and the dwelling that we're looking at now, looking upwards, I mean, what would change, obviously, is the availability to see the skyline. I mean, that's what would change because of the ridge line being increased. But in regard to the view to the side of the dwelling, which is over the open countryside, the natural beauty, all of that, that didn't appear to me to be restricted much beyond what it is now, and therefore that was a significant factor, I think, in the assessment that I made when I saw it on site. And I mean, there were practical reasons I would understand, obviously, why the applicant seeks to make the proposals he does in regard to the four-bedroom dwelling that he requires with the facilities that go with that. And overall, I mean, I know it's subjective comment on my part, it always is, but I don't think that it's unacceptable in regard to the form that we see it in, and I don't think it would have an overbearing impact on the adjoining dwellings. I support the officer's view on this, Chairman.
Is that a motion to approve?
Well, I will, you know, because I've gone down that far, certainly. I'm happy to, well, I'm content to... I
don't like to make assumptions about these things, do you?
No, thank you, Chair. Obviously, and, you know, we've worked well enough over this time, but I do, yes. I'd say it should be approved.
Mike? Diane?
I just think the other side has to be put here. When I saw the actual site, I thought, well, yes, there's a beautiful view at the back and it needs a first story to have a look over that lovely view. But when we went into the back gardens of a couple of the houses on the main road, I was quite shocked at the impact, the overbearing impact it's going to have. I mean, St Marybourne is the most beautiful village, and it's defined by some of those listed buildings along its main street. And I think to preserve their integrity is actually quite important. And I've just felt myself thinking it's just a pity that perhaps there isn't a chalet or something proposed there with the dormers out the back so they can enjoy the view, but not at the front, so that there isn't this feeling of being overlooked by the beautiful houses at the front. So I just wanted to put that other point of view. I don't think I'm ready at the moment to just wholeheartedly say, yes, let's just let it go, because I do think it deeply affects those beautiful houses along the main road.
Speakers, sorry. It's been moved and seconded for approval. Those in favour of approval? Officers, please report.
The application is approved, subject to the conditions listed in the report.
We move on to I think the last application this evening, number 7, Hatch Lane, Old Basing. I'm expecting to hear from Mr. Mayor, if you've had the patience to stay with us, and then Mr. Nardi. If you'd like to just sit down for a second, sir, we'll ask officers to present their report. You've probably worked out by now what's going on.
Thank you, Chair. The proposal is for the raising of the roof to provide additional accommodation with dormer windows and roof lights, a 2-storey rear extension, a new porch, the removal of the existing detached garage, and the erection of a new detached garage home office. There is no update to report other than an error on page 156, which relates to the site being within the Tadley settlement policy boundary, rather than Old Basing, and it is within Old Basing settlement policy boundary. The application is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions listed in the report.
The officer concerned with that error has been provided with a suitable Japanese instrument to permit the harakiri that's required. I know. You have 4 minutes, sir, if you press the large black button.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I live immediately next door neighbour to the proposal, and the main objection is the domination, the bulk of the proposal, the massive amount of new brickwork, the effect on my property and the light. The report refers to the side elevation of my property, but my house is actually built with the gable end to the road. So effectively the front of my property looks straight into the proposed extension. The proposed site is currently a single story with hip roof on all sides. The proposal is to replace this with a two-story building, also extended backwards, and then only with a barn hip at the front. This would dominate and overshadow my property and be rather overbearing. The report says that it doesn't affect the street scene, but the proposal is very dominating, larger but more importantly higher, especially relating to the immediate neighbouring properties. There'll be serious loss of light, particularly in my upstairs bedroom and in the downstairs lounge, which I say look directly into the side of 89A. My house benefits from the sun. I spend a significant amount of time in these rooms in particular, and the impact would be immense, especially in the morning when the sun is lower, and of course in the winter. There's also been a massive impact when I open the front door to walk straight into a gable end, to walk straight into the proposal. But when I attended the Old Basing Parish Council meeting back in March, before I was given the opportunity to speak, one council member described the proposal as big and bulky, and referred to the fact that my light and my property would be significantly impacted by the massive brickwork. The parish council, I think 8 in attendance, unanimously agreed with this. I produced photographs to the council meeting showing the site as it now is. We discussed what it would look like if the proposal were to go ahead. All were in favour of rejecting the proposal. When I lodged my objection, I invited the planning officer to visit my property to see what the impact would be. The invitation appeared to have been overlooked at the time, but Mr. Campbell Smith came out to see me today. The photograph that's now on view shows the existing position. The broken black line going up towards the right-hand side of the photograph indicates where the brickwork would go, completely obscuring the light from my property. That view is the furthest away roof is 2 doors down. The immediate next door property is obviously the one closer with the door and the window. Again, the black lines up to the right of the black line and down below the upper black line would all be replaced by brickwork, and hence that's going to have a massive impact on my upstairs light and even more so downstairs. I also made the point that in my proposals that the property could have been extended backwards rather than...
So you have half a minute now.
It could be proposal what could be more in keeping with the immediate neighbouring properties. We're in big plots, there's massive amount of space to develop the property backwards, which I would have no objection to. The photos you've seen don't really do justice to my case, to be there to feel the impact that this extension would have on my property. And if you were inclined to pass this application, I would kindly ask you to reconsider and perhaps form a site committee to come and have a look and see for yourselves just what the impact would be. I want to come to some mutual agreement with the neighbours. We get on well. Don't want any ill feeling between us. I would like the opportunity to work with them to provide something that suits us both, because when we initially moved into the property,
Sorry, I have to ask you to finish, if you will.
Yeah, okay, quickly, sorry, thanks. When I moved into the property, they said they planned an extension similar to mine, which would be absolutely fine, but of course the extension is not at all similar.
Thank you very much, thank you. If you just sit there and push your black button again, do members have any questions? Mike?
Possible to have that photograph, that whatever it was, where you had the dotted lines at right angles to each other from a window, because I didn't understand it.
We normally have a very strict rule that applicants are not allowed to, or objectors are not allowed to show photographs or any other papers to members of the committee, and those photographs were provided today. And I don't think, since they've been shown, I really can't object to them being shown again, but this is strictly not within our normal practice, because we are very strict about not allowing applicants or objectors to show new material to the committee which hasn't been available prior to the site visit, or has not arisen following the site visit. No, well, I realise that. There wasn't a site visit, but the point is that this is new material which has been provided immediately prior to the meeting. Am I right? Officers just want to enlighten us.
Yeah, yes, I believe that is the case, and I think the only sort of caution I think raises that obviously the photos are there just as a record of what was taken on the site. The sort of things like black lines being drawn over, they're not a survey drawing as such. They're just purely an indication, and that's the limit, if you like, of their usefulness for that point of view. But it was something that was provided, as I understand it, to the case officer by the speaker. So in that instance, it's not something which forms part of the application. It's the speaker's position on it. So it's just to clarify that that's the status of that.
This is the point where we ask questions of the speaker, not look at new. Well, the point's being made by officers that this is material that's created by the objector, not vetted by officers. Nobody's measured it, and nobody can test it to see whether these black lines actually reflect reality. And I'm not trying to prevent any information reaching the committee, but it is strictly against our policies and processes to allow new material to be presented at a meeting which has not been available to officers to comment on prior to the meeting, and that's our very strict procedure. So I was quite surprised to see them, you know. Couldn't object because they were up when I was looking at them. I'm sorry, so you have to answer questions, not make new statements at this point. But if we've got questions to ask the applicant, that's fine. So, Paula.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you're number 89. Yeah. So 89A lies to the south, broadly, of your property. Thought that was the case. Thank you.
Paul, do you happen to know what the distance is between the closest point of the 89A and your property, please?
I think it's 5 meters, 5.5 meters. 5 meters, I think.
Sorry about this button pressing, but it gets everybody, but it's just the way we have to do it because it then gets captured for the website because we don't have detailed minutes of everything everyone's said. Who was first? Marilyn, and then Sven.
I'm going to be a bit devious. I believe you feel that it would have helped enormously if we'd all been to see your site. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Do I need to say it, Mr. Chairman, that I would like to propose that we go? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I would just make the point in defence of the objector that the photographs were taken by a borough officer, and therefore I presume he was happy with. I presume the borough officer was content with what's been shown up on the screen.
Well, I'll take advice from officers, but it occurs to me that if the relevant officer consultee feels that this information should have been available for consideration by the case officer and included in our paperwork, then we should defer the application. I mean, I'm quite happy to hear a proposal to do that, because if that's what officers, I mean, I was quite surprised to see the material being presented, because that's very unusual. Officers comment on this?
Yeah, I think you're right, it's unusual. I think the case officer, as I understand it, visited the site and effectively took the photos, but with the additions put on, they wouldn't normally be something that is displayed at committee. As I say, I don't think there's any harm, if you like, in the fact they have been shown. In essence, they are a way of describing what the impact may be, but it's for members to obviously consider the plans that are the key part of the consideration, as well as any potential sides of it.
Can I just ask if there are any other questions for the objector, because we can then we're now getting into discussion and proposals. Are there any other questions for Mr. Mayor? Thank you very much, sir. If you'd like to withdraw from the applicant, we're breaking our normal process here by getting into debate before we've heard the evidence. So if we could have the applicant, please, or their representative. Press the big black button, you've got 4 minutes.
Thank you again for this opportunity to make a representation. Hatch Lane in Old Basing has similarities with Kempshot Lane in Kempshot and Reading Road in Chilham, amongst others. The lane comprises numerous dwellings, very mixed character and positioning. Over a period of many years, the majority have been developed in some way. Many have evolved, others have been replaced and new units inserted. The result is a serious mixture of bungalows, 1.5-storey and full 2-storey residences of varying architectural character. An objection has been raised by just one adjoining property. Number 89, as you heard, to the northwest appears to be a bungalow with a large first-floor accommodation. It contains roof lights to one side and a large eyebrow window to the other, overlooking the applicant's property. It also has a large single-storey rear extension, scaling some 10 metres in depth. It additionally has an access route between the side of the house and the application site to the rear garden, and it is indeed approximately 5.5 metres from this proposal. This access to the rear garden serves a detached double garage and what appears to be a caravan parking space at its furthest point from the house. The fact that numbers 89 and 89A exist depicts a likely planning scenario that at some stage the property was divided. I must say I've added to this, and I am disturbed that material has been provided that I have not seen. The photographs are very misleading and do not represent the extension. Number 91 to the southeast comprises a more modest bungalow. I have prepared and submitted a street scene depicting the two adjoining properties and their relationship with the application site. It indicates both existing and proposed. Can I stop there for a second?
I was obviously suggesting that we now look at pictures because the applicant is suggesting that we do so. We normally would wait until after the applicant has been questioned before we showed any more material.
Only if it's part of the planning application itself. It is already part of the planning application.
No, I appreciate that, but we haven't normally put pictures up because the speaker has requested. Have we?
No, he hasn't requested, we're just following the conversation.
Right, okay. If you carry on, sir.
Yes, sorry, I didn't intend to request them, they were just, I've said I provided them, and I thought they made a useful illustration. Progress further to either sides to number 85 and 95, and you will find full 2-storey houses. I have additionally submitted a section through the rear extension. This illustrates there will be no overlooking to adjoining properties. The only reason this application has been called to committee is that there have been the minimum 5 public objections. It should be noted the only objection from a property shown on the site location plan is number 89. This location plan shows a radius in excess of 150 metres. One objection is from 0.2 miles away, another from 0.3 miles away, a further objection from the other side of the A30, and another from Ruislip some 44 miles away. If I were a sceptical person, I may be led to believe that this was somewhat contrived. The proposal has been designed to cause the least impact. The fascia line generally remains the same at single-storey level. The roofs have been hit to reduce bulk. The ridge line has only been renovated by just over 1 metre. The only first-floor side window will serve a bathroom. The property currently exists as 3 bedrooms. The proposal will also constitute 3 bedrooms, so no further parking is required.
1 minute.
Thank you. In conclusion, there are no issues with any offices concerning design, height, bulk, overlooking or parking. The scheme has been designed to alleviate any possible impact on neighbouring properties. It complies with all guidelines. Once again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak and hope you're able to approve the scheme. Thank you.
You press your back. Just stay there for a minute. Any questions to the applicant's agent? Paul?
If I may, it's just clarifications on the drawings. They're not numbered in the proposal. Do you mind if where are we? There's a site plan. There's 4 elevations on the next page, and the bottom right of that elevation is what I understand is what the applicant, what the objector can actually see from his property at the moment. Is that true?
Yes.
Sorry, can you put? And that's the one. Can you go back to the other one you just had up there? That one. Now, the bottom right of those, that's what the objector is going to be faced with under the proposal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sticky buttons. Okay, now he's going to have windows looking into his property. And I believe you said there's only one overlooking window. It looks to me like there's 1, 2, 3, 4 extra windows in the property overlooking the objector. I just want to get this straight in my own mind.
If you just pause for a moment, so if you wouldn't mind, I have a move to suspend standing orders for a very short period of time. And those agreed? Agreed, thank you. Sorry about that, that's just bureaucracy at work.
Yes, there's one, I was referring to windows at first floor level, which I consider to be ones that will have an impact. The ones at ground floor level there's 2 at ground floor level, you can see, and they are some 5.5 metres distance, and there's a fence hedge in between, and a driveway in between those properties. The one at first floor level in the gable is a bathroom window, the other one is a roof light, and if I understand correctly, there's a condition attached to both of those that show they shall be obscure glazed and fixed shut.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Questions to officers? Discussion? Ward member. Oh, ward member, I beg your pardon.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to suggest that in fairness both to the applicant and the objector, maybe it would be suitable, it would be a good idea if we did have a site visit. So I'd like to make that proposal. Thank you.
Yes, if members wish to arrange to have a site visit, that's obviously perfectly in order. I was slightly moved by the idea that only one person who actually lives in the area was objecting, because members should be reminded that that's the only reason the application has come to this committee.
It's fair to comment that the parish council objected as well.
It's been proposed and seconded that the application be deferred for a site visit. Those in favour of site visit? That's carried. Officers?
The application has been deferred for a site visit in the next committee cycle.
Just for information, can we ensure that whoever will be responsible for it actually does draw up a suitable for the next meeting, draws up a suitable projection that actually shows the relevant features as seen from the neighbouring property, and also we would need to have details of the height and nature of any boundary treatment that exists as opposed to anything somebody might build. Yeah, Chris?
Perhaps could we have one of those shading diagrams as well?
Yeah, and if the objector's house is to the south, the shading diagram would be helpful. Right, is that it? Well, gentlemen, I wish you a very happy future for... And ladies, yes, and ladies. I wish you a very happy future for anybody who may continue to be on development control in the future. Farewell.